call for help? We gotta reboot the system first.
The door locks! Ellie, boot up the door locks!
All the files of the whole park. It tells you everything. I gotta find the right file. Oh, this is it. This might be the right file.
I don't want you on this game right now.
What are you talking about?
You've been on kill 'em up games all day and all yesterday.
It's because my new favorite game.
I don't like it. You know.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file. This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
I was laying in my bed last night thinking about that, bro. Like, if I just, like, took a shovel and I just started to dig into my grass, I wonder when I'd hit the ocean, bro.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know? Some ate plants, and some ate meat, some ate fish, and some ate beets. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have you here right now. Welcome to a brand new week. It is a beautiful Monday afternoon here in sunny coastal California, although it's going to be cloudy and rainy later. Kind of excited for that, honestly. It's been really nice getting the rain. Anyway, welcome. We're going to have a fun stream today. We're going to be talking about some fossil news. Some of it good, some of it bad, but we'll get through it. And we're going to be talking about Bahariasaurus today as well, as a special dinosaur deep dive for Helix Fossil requested Bahariasaurus. We didn't have time for it on Friday. We're devoting extra time to it today. So Helix Fossil, if you're listening, we're going to do your dinosaur deep dive. For everybody else, welcome to Paleontologizing. Whether you're watching live right now, hello to all of our wonderful live chatters. Hello, everybody. It's so good to see you here. And, yeah. Really appreciate you showing up live, or whether you're watching this later on in the VOD or on the old YouTube. I'm glad you're here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. That's what I do. But I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the western US. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature, and somehow I've managed to find this gig, build this gig, I suppose, talking about dinosaurs 5 days out of every week, every weekday, here on twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Believe it or not, this is how I make my living nowadays, talking to folks about fossils, doing science outreach, answering people's questions, trying to peel back the curtain and give them a first-hand look into how paleontology works. That's what I do for a living, and it would not be possible were it not for the generous contributions and support of these wonderful subscribers and gifters and everybody else. So it's so good to have you here. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Now, I had the foresight today to try and scroll up in chat here so that I wouldn't miss anybody at the top. So we're going to do some greetings. Then we'll dive into some fossil news. Eventually, we'll get to Bahariasaurus. And any questions you happen to have along the way, whether those are questions about dinosaurs in particular, you know, the creatures that I study and publish on, or maybe you've got broader questions about the history of the evolution of life here on Earth, the fossil record, or extinction, or the philosophy of science, any of this stuff. Don't be shy with your questions. I am here to answer them for you. So, yeah, that's how this works. Let's see who's here in chat. Science Streams, I was doing some testing earlier, and Balint from Science Streams, I think, was the first person in chat today around, like, noon. Like, 2 hours before stream. So welcome, welcome, Science Streams. It's so good to have you here. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Hope you and Lita and the baby are doing well. I saw on Twitter. Baby, she finally slept through the night. Good for her. And good for you and Lita, too. Finally able to get some shut-eye. That's, it's a precious thing for new parents. So, hope you had a good weekend. Apart from that, yeah. Majot50, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Majot. Great to see you here. Jody Fish says, talk about early. Yes, you were, Jody Fish. Like a solid half an hour early today. Lenina. Right thereafter. How you doing, Lenina? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. And Kodali 2010. How are things with you? Hope all's well, Kodali. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. All right, cruising down. Kirsten Games. It's been wonderful seeing you type about this stuff in chat. Kirsten Games says, I met with my local paleontologist today, and it was literally the best day ever. Kirsten brought some fossils to be identified and then donated to the museum. That's super cool. That first one wasn't a dinosaur, but aberrantologist, eh? What an aberrant follow. How out of the ordinary. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for that follow. Good to have you here. Yeah, Kirsten Games, that's super exciting that you're getting a chance to get involved with your local museum and get some permits for doing field work, and that's how I got my start as a paleontologist, Kirsten. So when I get to the bottom of chat, ask me about that, and we'll talk about it, okay? I'll try and let you know when I get to the bottom of chat. But very, very exciting. I'm proud of you, Kirsten. I really am. Nicely done. You're on your way to becoming a paleontologist, if that's what you want to do. Very, very cool. Yeah. Not the Brain, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Not the Brain. Hike the Earth. Howdy, howdy. MS Coggins, hello to you. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Duck Admirer has joined us once more. So good indeed. Good that you're here, Duck Admirer. Appreciate you. Yeah. Scrolling down. Birds Are Dead On is here. Welcome, Birds Are Dead On. I'm glad you could make it. Yeah. And let's see. Scrolling down. Fall Machine. How are you doing? It's good to have you. I'm glad you could be here today. Kaya in the Sky, let's go indeed. Welcome, Kaya in the Sky. Happy new week to you. Hope you're doing well. It's Dino o'clock in the afternoon, says Kaya in the Sky. Yes, indeed. By the way, we got a new schedule for this week. We'll go over that in just a few minutes here. Triple Helix, what's shaking with you? It's good to see ya. Blinkster 2, slow clap. Thank you, Blinkster, for being here. I meant that unsarcastically. Earnestly. Glad you're here, Blinkster. Welcome, welcome. And Grit and Glitter is here too with a fast clap there. How are you doing, Grit and Glitter? Very nice. Charlie's Dragon, what's shaking with you? It's good to see you. Trying not to miss anybody, but I probably will miss somebody. Don't take it personally, please. Trying to get everybody. T-Matrix. Woo doggy indeed, T-Matrix. Welcome, welcome. Cephalon Wolf, how are things with you? I hope they're well. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Neilf is back. Howdy, howdy, Neilf. Hope things are going well for you in your part of the world. Lisbert, hi to you too. Glad you could make it. And Gianmi says, hi, Danny. Good Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. I did, Gianmi. I really did. I had a wonderful weekend. Thanks for asking. Yeah. New opportunities coming down the pipeline, it seems. I'm getting emails and offers, and I feel truly blessed to be able to do science outreach like this 5 days a week, and for it to start to get some recognition, too. We'll be talking about that in a few minutes also. Who here is aware of the Streamer Awards? And no, I did not win a Streamer Award. However, I showed up very briefly on the Streamer Awards. Comically briefly. In fact, I could not stop laughing, and I showed Ios and Lordy. They also thought it was very funny, especially Ios. I can't show you the clip live on stream, unfortunately. It's not against TOS, but it's against our... I don't know. It doesn't fit with the vibe of the stream, but I'll send you a link and you can watch it on your own if you like. But yeah. And, oh, and Ilona did not sleep through the night just during a 3-hour event we had in town. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry, Palin. I misread your tweet. I was not reading carefully enough. Yeah, well, Belen, I'm glad she slept through a 3-hour event that you had in town. That's nice. Just a little while longer, hopefully. She'll start sleeping through the night, maybe. But, my weekend was lovely, Belen. Thank you for hoping that. Yeah. And Hugh, I didn't have a chance to go through the Discord, no. I actually had a really busy weekend. But, those are vocalization videos. Are those the ones with the reconstructed Hadrosaur crests? Yeah. That guy created those and then he blows through them? Is that what those are? Gita, aloha, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I promise I'm trying to get down to the bottom of chat. We will get there. But aloha to you, Gita. Good to have you. Aberrantologist says, yep, sure am not ordinary. You know, this is not an ordinary kind of stream. So I think you're in the right place. Welcome, Aberrantologist. And Invisible Dimension says, howdy, folks. Howdy to you, Invisible. Smorphosaurus, hiya to you also. How you doing, Smorph? And Kirsten, of course. That's so exciting for you. Holy cow. You're gonna do some paleontology. You're gonna be paleontologizing, so to speak. That's pretty exciting. Yeah. And, Cosmo Nautical, how are you doing? Cosmo says, first time here, I'm an ichthyology person, and here to see what's up in the paleo world. Welcome, welcome, Cosmo Nautical. Oh man, you would have appreciated this. I didn't have time to do it, Cosmo, but I was gonna have a whole joke where I was gonna say, well, everybody, I'm sorry I didn't prepare much for this stream. I was busy watching the Oscars. Here, take a look. And then I was gonna have a picture of a video of some, like, freshwater Oscars swimming around. Tiger Oscars or something like that. I didn't do it, but you would have appreciated that, Cosmo Nautical, maybe. If you're into ichthyology and also into bad jokes, I don't know. That's probably not a Venn diagram with much overlap, but I don't know. Anyway, it's great to have you here, Cosmo. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Let's see. Pendrake says, clueless about Streamer Awards. I was too, until I'd never seen them or anything. But, Mama Tazra, a member of our community, sent me a tweet. Tagged me in a tweet saying that I appeared in the Streamer Awards. Very briefly. It's, in fact, let me give you that link right now. Yeah. I couldn't clip it, but I used a screen recorder to grab part of that, and then I made an unlisted YouTube video. So as soon as this loads, I'll put it through. Let's see here. All right. Here is the link. It's like a 30-second video. I can't show it on stream. You'll see why when you watch it. I could have made it shorter. I probably will, and then maybe I'll upload it officially to, to the Paleontologizing YouTube page, but that's my appearance there in the Streamer Awards. Literally blink and you miss it. It's incredibly short. It's like a joke. It's pretty funny. And you would have, Cosmo? Well, I'm glad you're here. What do you do in ichthyology? I'd love to know. Are you just interested in the field? Are you an ichthyologist yourself? Do you do field work? Do you publish? Do you keep fishes? Yeah, I wanna hear about it if you wouldn't mind sharing, Cosmo. And yeah. And Rahabifiant says, I was watching the awards live, did a double take when you popped up. Good to know that someone at Twitch has you in their sights, though? Exactly, Rahab, exactly. And that's gotta be because of this community here. Somebody, or several somebodies, had nominated me for the Streamer Awards. So I must have been there in their spreadsheets, and when they're looking for different clips to kind of use as filler, I had one of those. So yeah. So thank you to everybody in this community for making that happen. That's pretty extraordinary, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Why was my clip so insanely brief, Lenina? Hey, you know what? At least I had one at all. Next year, maybe we'll have a science streaming category. And maybe we'll sweep it. I don't know. And Eliminate, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah. And Aberrantologist says, I'd like to say this is my first time joining a stream, and I love that background with all the fossils and stuff. Thank you, Aberrant. Thank you kindly. These are actually all 3D prints. We'll be talking about why in a little bit. Well, I can tell you why, because real fossils that are scientifically important, you know, where do they belong?
That belongs in a museum.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, appreciate you, Aberrant, and your kind words. Thank you. Streamer Awards, how can we vote for you? It'll be next year, Hydrobiologica. But welcome, Hydro. I haven't seen that name here before. Are you new? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And you had a lemur experience. Very cool upstairs now. Very, very cool. Yeah. Early days yet, I suppose. Is it really only the second Streamer Awards ever? I didn't know that. Yeah. But yeah, cool. And Dr. Terra movie. Oh, you're talking about 65? Yeah, Dr. Terra, I will be talking about that tomorrow. Let's go over our schedule for the week real quick. Normally you can type in schedule like this. Well, not normally. You could do it now, and it still works. And holy cow, Holy Lifton brought out a Tinamou bird to announce some gift subs. And look how excited that bird looks. Holy cow. And it might have been slightly overloaded.
Get out of there. It's gonna blow.
Shoot!
Holy Lifton is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy Lifton. Holy cow. Thank you for those gift subs. That is extraordinary. Look, we are now 1/4 of the way to our goal in one fell swoop, or one fell fireball, as the case may be. Holy Lifton, thank you so much for your amazing support. That really is incredible. I really appreciate that, Holy Lifton. Thank you. Yeah. There are now 10 people who will not have to watch any ads, on this channel at least, for the next 30 days. That's what you've afforded them, Holy Lifton, through your generosity. Plus, they'll get to use all those emotes, you know, like these and these and these. And they can mix and match dinosaur pieces as their heart's desire. Thanks to you, Holy Lifton. And you're also putting food on my table, and I appreciate that. This is my full-time gig. Thanks for your support, Holy Lifton. Appreciate that very, very much. Yeah. Yeah. Victorious, 5 gift subs there. Victorious. Extraordinary. Really appreciate that, Victorious. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow, we are darn close to a hype train here. Phenomenal. 15 out of 40, just like that. Extraordinary. Thank you very, very much. Holy cow, just need some bits for a hype train. There you go, Gimpleg. Yeah. Here, give me just a second here. Ah! Yes, indeed. Choo-choo, Rizadego. Almost. We are close to a hype train. Let's see if we can get there. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Kirsten Games and Victorious. And of course, Holy Lifton. Thank you very, very much. That's extraordinary. Here, let's take a look at our schedule for the day, or for the week, rather. This is my first time doing this, making like a schedule thread and putting it up on Twitter. But there is a link to that, if you'd like to see it. Whoop, gotta show the thread there. There we go. Yeah, today we're talking about Bahariasaurus. And we're covering some fossil news, doing Q&A, all that good stuff. But we'll talk about this, one of the most mysterious big theropod dinosaurs. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of mysterious big theropod dinosaurs, but Bahariasaurus is a particularly dramatic example. And we'll be talking about why. This is a dinosaur that was lost in World War II. Casualty of war. Yeah. And, that's today. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about this film, 65, with Adam Driver. I'm seeing this movie tonight, after stream, and I'm bracing myself. It looks like it's going to be pretty bad, honestly, I'm not going to lie. Also, the... just, you know, scuttlebutt that I've heard about it has been pretty negative. So we'll be talking about it. Yeah. What does it say about how the age of dinosaurs is portrayed in media? What impact does this have on the public's understanding of paleontology? As somebody who does science outreach full-time, these are all important topics for me to understand and to cover, so I have to see this movie. It's an obligation, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Put your expectations as low as possible. They are subterranean, Dr. Terra. Oh boy. Yeah. And Oliver... Is that a color code? 6'5"? I don't know, Oliver. This joke flew over my head. Yeah. And Boyfruit says fossil news sounds a little contradictory, but I love it. Hello to you, Boyfruit. Welcome back. Yeah. Just don't laugh too hard at the animals. I'll try not, Jody Fish. I'll try not. You know, will it be paleo lol, or will it be paleo not like this? We can be sure it's not going to be paleo salute. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, we'll see. So that'll be tomorrow. We'll talk about that. Wednesday, it's Ceratosaurus that we're talking about. Everybody's favorite horned Morrison theropod dinosaur. Unless you happen to think that Ornitholestes also had a little horn. We're not really sure. And if that one's your favorite. Anyway, Ceratosaurus. This is a dinosaur that is, it's actually really popular. It's appeared in a ton of popular media. We'll be kind of going through different portrayals of Ceratosaurus throughout the years, and we'll be talking about our evolving understanding of this creature with more fossil finds and further study. It's a Ceratosaurus stream tomorrow, because tomorrow, or depending on where you live in the world the day after, is the 139th anniversary of the publication of Ceratosaurus. March 15th. 16th. 16th. Anyway. But we're doing it on the 15th. Thursday is, of course, Thursday Birds Day, which needs no real explanation. Except maybe for the one in this command here in chat. But yeah, that's Thursday Birds Day. And then Friday, important announcement. Friday stream will be early stream on Friday. Starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. That's a full 5 hours before I usually start. And Hydrobiologica, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. It's very good to have you here. So yeah. 5 hours early. And I'll also be ending about 5 hours early. By about maybe 1 o'clock California time. So it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about, well, in honor of St. Patrick's Day, I guess. There's this classic story of St. Patrick banishing the snakes from Ireland. You know, a piece of folklore like that, which many people to this day still hold to be true, apparently. There were never any snakes in Ireland. Snakes apparently never lived on that island. But we're using this as an excuse to talk about biogeography. Why do certain animals live in certain places and not in others? How do they get there? And how do fossils help us figure all that out? It's going to be a fun discussion on Friday, starting 5 hours early, 9 a.m. Pacific. So there's our schedule. Again, if you want to review that, there's a link. And on a plane, of course. Oh, Blakester. There actually are some places where the snakes were probably imported on planes, like Guam, unfortunately. Hawaii. Yeah. But yeah. And what funny story is that, Rahab? Yeah. Well, there will probably also be many, many references to, to that Simpsons episode, too.
Take that snake! And you too! Snakes everywhere!
Getting ready for whacking day?
What's whacking day?
That's St. Patrick right there. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Mayor Space, people say it's supposed to be figurative, but then if we admit that, then we've lost our whole, reason to talk about biodiversity. Or biogeography, excuse me. So yeah. But yeah. Haven't moved over yet, Birds with Dead on. Lack of suitable habitat in between. Snakes don't usually like to make ocean crossings. They're usually not too big on crossing oceans. Even in the case of, like, sea snakes. Sea snakes are generally fairly coastal. They're not really, like, pelagic species. So if there's nothing for them to eat along the way, they're not near any reefs or anything like that, they're not going to make wide ocean crossings. Yeah. Yeah. When they talk about driving the snakes out of Ireland, there's reference to the Christian conversions. Yeah, I know, converting the pagans and driving them into the sea or whatever. But we'll be talking about that. Before we more extensively talk about biodiversity or biogeography. Excuse me. There aren't any snakes over there either. Good, Marispace. I'm glad that Hawaii has avoided the fate of Guam with the brown tree snake everywhere. Anyway, we'll be talking about this on Friday. So yeah. But one more time, I wanted to... Where did that go? Yeah, again, can't share this on stream because, unfortunately, the narration and some of the visuals aren't necessarily They'd be very questionable for an all-ages broadcast like this, but if you would like to see my appearance in the Streamer Awards, there's the link right there. Watch it and then realize, oh yeah, now I see why Danny can't show this. But yeah. Literally blink and you'll miss it. Yes, absolutely, Lenina. It is incredibly, incredibly short. But, yeah, I show up before apparently one of the... Ios recognized the gal who shows up right after me. She's apparently one of the biggest streamers on Twitch. So I guess I'm in good company there? I don't know. But yeah. Putting you in front of that clip was certainly a choice, says Rahabafan. Was it an intentional choice, though? Are all choices intentional? But yeah. Shorter than T-Rex's forelimbs. Shorter than Mononychus's forelimbs. Shorter than Shuvuia's forelimbs, MS Coggins. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And the ASMR streamer came right after you. There you go, Lilithobo. Yeah. Anyway. So that's that. And that's why I can't show that. But, yeah, we've got some other exciting opportunities potentially coming through the pipeline. So cross your fingers that some of this stuff goes through. But yeah. We are on course to continue growing this community, reaching more people, talk about science, do science outreach. So, I don't know. The future's looking pretty bright. But yeah. Shorter than a snake's forelimbs. New Texas saying, oh, Lenina, don't talk about Texas and snakes. I don't know. Some of my colleagues were posting about the rattlesnake roundup in Sweetwater, Texas, which is apparently what the Whacking Day episode of The Simpsons is actually based on. That's actually a real thing. So yeah. Anyway. You know, nobody will ever accuse the state of Texas of being too compassionate, or rational, or civilized, or modern, or really anything positive. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, lots of wonderful people in Texas. Lots of wonderful fossils in Texas, too. But man, some of the people in charge are something else. But yeah, anywho. And now we gotta talk about something else. It's kind of on the awful side, too. Lenina, a big paleontologizing shout out to Lenina for being very vocal about this too. Well, you know what? First, let's go ahead and pull up our social media video stinger, because yeah. Anyway, we're gonna talk about some stuff on Twitter. So here we go. Anyway, yeah, some of us try and use social media for good. Like Lenina, so, big props to Lenina. And, I actually first saw this, I think, on Twitter because I'd been hearing rumors about this for months and months, but Lenina posted about it, and then I decided to do a thread here, too. But we're gonna talk about this briefly. And, yeah. Maybe you've seen this in the news, and this is one of those stories that, like, oh, weird news. You can hear, you know, I could see, like, morning zoo radio hosts talking about this in Drive Time Radio. You know, wow, isn't this wacky? In Switzerland, there's gonna be a T-Rex skeleton that's gonna be auctioned off. Wouldn't that be cool to have in your living room? But this is actually a really awful story, and I'll tell you why. So yeah. I said 3 partial T-Rex specimens, it's Tyrannosaurus Rex, were taken out of Montana and Wyoming, cobbled together with replica parts, and are now slated to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. Some wealthy rube will pay millions for it, further damaging paleontology by commodifying our specimens. This is a really worrying trend, in that dinosaur fossils like this are increasingly being showcased by auction houses and then auctioned off to the highest bidder. They're almost always from the United States, from private land. Unfortunately, it usually is legal, perfectly legal, to sell important scientific specimens to the highest bidder if they come from private land. You know, because again, this is the United States, where everyone worships the almighty dollar and everything is for sale, you know? But it really is. You're right, Sociopathogen. It is like 1980s movie villain stuff. It really, really is. So yeah. Anyway, this is not the same specimen. That's actually Stan right there, I think, who sold for $31.8 million, if I remember correctly. But yeah, much of the reporting on this has been kind of lousy. Let's take a look at one of the better stories. One of the better write-ups, I should say, from Raw Story here. T-Rex skeleton. Of course, spelled it wrong. It's capital T dot space lowercase R-E-X. You know, it's a genus and species name. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. There you go. Lenina's got it. Once again. And Risa Degos is under the hammer. Sounds like they're going to shatter it to prove something. Put it under the saw, not the hammer, you know? Let's cut those specimens open, do some histo, learn about dinosaur growth, you know? But yeah. And yeah, Rilo Rolo, there you go. Yeah. Anyway. And we can listen to this article? Well, let's see if we can do that.
T-Rex skeleton to go under hammer in Swiss.
Oh, never mind. It's not a person reading it. It's a program. Anyway, that's going to be lousy. Anyway. Let's take a look. A Tyrannosaurus dash uppercase R Rex skeleton. That's not how the... Oh, boy. Dating back 67 million years will be auctioned in Switzerland next month, marking the first time such a sale in Europe took place, the auction house said Saturday. And this is really misleading, because it says the skeleton, dubbed Trinity, maybe that's an appropriate name, actually. It's not one skeleton. This is 3 fragmentary Tyrannosaurus specimens that have been basically wrenched out of the earth as quickly as possible and as cheaply as possible, and then stitched together in order to make, like, a Frankenstein creation that they think will, you know, raise more money. Fetch a higher price.
Amazing! 70 million-year-old dinosaur eggs, and they're perfectly preserved.
What?
Cool!
So yeah, the auction house has basically that.
Paleobirds are dinos 2, paleobirds are dinos 3.
The auction house has basically the same idea, same, you know, general attitude as that kid right there. Very much different from our good friend Iacane Powda. Iacane, thank you for the 20 months of support. Really, really appreciate that, Iacane. Holy moly. That is extraordinary, and I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Yeah. But yeah. Didn't they go extinct 65 million years ago? I wish these auction houses had gone extinct 65 million years ago. At the, you know, about a million years into the Paleogene period, Kirsten Games. No, unfortunately, they're still around. Doing all kinds of shady garbage like this. Anyway. Towering 3.9 meters in the air, Trinity has been valued at between 6 to 8 million Swiss francs. And it's not like Swiss francs have ever been used to do anything shady. It's not like that entire country is basically propped up by, you know, horrible international criminality. Oh boy. That's definitely not some Bond villain stuff. Anyway, 6 to 8 million Swiss francs according to the auction catalog. Oh boy. I need to actually get my hands on that auction catalog and see what they're actually saying here. But Christian Link, in charge of the natural history memorabilia at Kohler, told AFP he believed that was a very low estimate. That's easily 100 times what this is worth. But he says it's a very low estimate. Oh boy. Yeah. Trinity is one of the most spectacular T-Rex skeletons in existence. It's not a T-Rex skeleton. It's literally not. It's 3 fragmentary specimens that were stuck together with a bunch of replica parts in order to make a big Frankenstein monstrosity. A well-preserved and brilliantly restored fossil, the auction house said. Lies. Like, lies. They're completely misrepresenting this, you know? And I should say, you know, allegedly in a video game, in Minecraft, in a dream, like, they're straight up lying about this. They're lying in a video game, allegedly. The sale would mark the first time in Europe and only the 3rd time worldwide that a skeleton of an entire T-Rex... It's not a skeleton of an entire T-Rex dinosaur. It's 3 different Tyrannosaurus specimens that were stuck together. Yeah. Kohler pointed to a 2021 study in the scientific journal Nature indicating that only 32 skeletons of adult Tyrannosaurus... We've actually got closer to 50 in the world. Some of them are in private hands. Well, actually, adult... It depends on what you consider adult. But anyway. One of the largest terrestrial predators to ever walk the Earth has been found worldwide. At least they didn't say the largest. I guess that's the impact of Gigantosaurus and Spinosaurus.
Ontogeny.
They no longer say that even in, like, popular accounts. But yeah. The Trinity skeleton is made up of bone material from 3 T-Rex specimens. So there you go!
Hold on to your butt.
There you go, they actually... Like, oh my god, he admitted it! You know that clip, right? Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah. The Trinity skeleton is made up of bone material from 3 T-Rex specimens.
Oh my god. He admitted.
They were excavated from between 2008 and 2013 from the Hell Creek and Lance Creek formations. It's not Lance Creek, it's just Lance Formation. That part's wrong. Formation should be capitalized. In Montana and Wyoming in the United States, the auction catalog said. The auction catalog's probably wrong about that too. But I don't know, I want to see the actual catalog. The 2 sites, those aren't sites, those are regions. Those are entire geologic formations that are described, not sites. They are known for the discoveries of 2 other significant T-Rex skeletons that have gone to auction. Sioux, 1996, I believe. And Stan in 2020. Oh boy. $31.8 million, which is preposterous, you know? Absolutely preposterous. And wait, Kirsten Games says, so they say 66 million years ago the dinosaurs went extinct? So how accurate is the article saying 67 million years old? Yeah, they're kind of splitting the difference. Tyrannosaurus lived between 68 and 66. So when they say 67, they're just splitting the difference there. The thing is, that's actually what's really awful about this. One of the things that's really awful about this, Kirsten, is that there's 3 different specimens here. So you've got potentially 3 different data points for learning about Tyrannosaurus evolution and ontogeny. You know, it could be that these are from 3 different stratigraphic layers. By studying the different bones from these 3 Tyrannosaurus specimens, we might be able to figure out how these animals are actually evolving over time. And indeed, is there... Are there actually 3 species of Tyrannosaurus, as was proposed last year? Do we not just have Tyrannosaurus rex, but also, as Greg Paul proposed in this paper, Tyrannosaurus regina and Tyrannosaurus imperator also? We don't have enough specimens to really figure this out right now. Like, this is one of everybody's favorite dinosaurs, and we don't even honestly know how many species from this genus existed throughout the Hell Creek and Lance formations. We need more specimens. But it's... Now we've got three new specimens which could help unravel this mystery that are not going to do that. They were, like... I'm not going to say destroyed, but rendered scientifically worthless in their manner of collection. Most likely, I'm guessing. With commercial enterprises like this, it's just like my old boss Jack Horner used to say, when data is overhead, data doesn't get collected, you know? Commercial crews like this are trying to dig something up as quickly as possible because every last bit of money or time or effort that they spend, that cuts into their profits. So they're directly incentivized against collecting good scientific data, like being able to figure out where exactly in the rock column these different specimens came from, so you can compare them to each other, figure out how Tyrannosaurus is evolving. No, they're just going to say, oh yeah, it's all T-Rex, you know? Doesn't matter. We're just cashing in on that name, T-Rex, you know? It's honestly disgusting, you know? Yeah. But yeah, so, I don't know. The thing is, we know that other dinosaurs like Triceratops are evolving through the Hell Creek, and we've got different species names for those, what you might call chronospecies. It's probably safe to assume that Tyrannosaurus is doing the same thing. I don't necessarily agree with all of Greg Paul's findings here in the journal Evolutionary Biology. But, yeah. The thing is, we can't properly test this hypothesis in the way that it should be tested with more data points if we don't have more data points. If our Tyrannosaurus specimens are being wrenched out of the ground, you know, hauled overseas and then sold to the highest bidder, stuff like this will remain a mystery, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Just over half of the bone material in the skeleton comes from the 3 Tyrannosaurus specimens, he said. So that's the thing, is that when they show you a picture like this... Well, this is Sue right here, but when they show you a picture like... You know, like this, which is actually Stan... Here, we can look at, at a skeletal of Tyrannosaurus. Like, this is a Scott Hartman one? Let's see. Let's look up a Scott Hartman Tyrannosaurus. That's not Tyrannosaurus. Anyway, there's a rocket-kicking Tyrannosaurus there. That's good, because it'll fit on the screen better. Anyway, picture you took a black marker and you blacked out half of those bones in there. That's the replica bones that they put in. And then you take the remaining bones, the remaining 50% there, and then you subdivide that in 3, you know? So it's like maybe there's 15 bones from each of these 3 Tyrannosaurus specimens, and that's it. You're dealing with a total of like maybe, well, I don't know, if the whole skeleton has what, 200 bones, then it's 1/3 of 100. You've got about 33 Tyrannosaurus bones from each of the specimens. It's not a lot, and that could be vertebral processes, it could be little you know, cervical ribs, it could be stuff like that. And you know they're overestimating it too, you know? Because again, that's their profit incentive, is to do that.
Most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
Faux Fox, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah. Anyway, it's just, the whole thing is... and there's the catalog there. It actually shows which bones come from which skeleton. Really, let's take a look. Oh, that's an ugly skull. Ugh. Ugh. They didn't even do a good job with it. The teeth are all Chueco like that, and the dentary symphysis isn't... Like, the two lower jaw bones are like this. You know? Garbage. Garbage. They did not do a good job with this. This is awful. You can tell big parts of this are reconstructed, too, like this. Dentary. I bet you the skull might entirely be... I don't even know. And, garbage. What is wrong with the pubic boot right there? And the femur's all wonky, and the, like, these things aren't lining up proper. Garbage. Just dog water. Ew. I don't know. This is really depressing for me to see. Alright, so what are they claiming? This is from Weston County, Wyoming, Garfield County, and Garfield County. So I've done a lot of fieldwork in Garfield County. That's the two darker ones. And then they're saying that everything that... I honestly don't believe this, because there are big parts that I could see that were clearly sculpted. I don't believe this for a second. Yeah. Yeah. Jody Fish says, I'd hate to think of the headache those vertebrae would be in with that misalignment. Yeah. This animal would be in extreme pain all the time. And Lilith Hobo.
I just so happen to have these stress coping bits on me. Here.
Thank you, Lilith Hobo. I appreciate those bits. Thank you for your support. And for your good humor there, Lilith Hobo. We're almost done with this. Yeah. So anyway. Thank you, Oliver, for sending that to me. Ugh. It pains me. Anyway. Color noted that the rare skeletons of adult T-Rex specimens which have been unearthed are almost all now in institutional collections. And thank goodness they are! Because these are important parts of our collective natural heritage. You know, as citizens of Earth. As the descendants of the tiny mammals that were scurrying around when creatures like Tyrannosaurus were doing their thing. You know, Tyrannosaurus is like a symbol of the very end of the Mesozoic era. This is one of the very last of the non-avian dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus was there when the asteroid hit 66 million years ago. It's like a window into this world that our ancestors, mammals, just super small little guys running around, little mouse-like critters. Tyrannosaurus went extinct when our ancestors somehow managed to pull through. To me, it's like a skeleton like this is really, really important for understanding these animals that lived alongside our ancestors at the end of the Mesozoic era. This is part of our, like I said, our collective natural heritage as human beings. And yes, they should be in institutional collections, held in the public trust, so that everyone can enjoy them, so that scientists can study them, so that our knowledge of these animals can increase and everybody can learn about them. But no, this is being treated as a commodity. It's like, I don't know. maybe it's a bad analogy, probably is, but imagine if, like, Jeff Bezos decided that he really wanted to buy the Mona Lisa, the original painting, and then just put it in one of his mansions and just not let anybody see it. You know, there would be outcry all over the world about this. But you don't see the same kind of outcry about this, you know? This is regarded as like, oh, this is a positive story, you know? It would be lovely if they had something in here about, you know, objections from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, objections from school children, or something. I don't know. It's just distressing to see, you know? But yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Count Zero says, okay, I admit I owned a trilobite fossil. Count Zero, I've got fossils here too that I own. The thing is that they're not like super rare, scientifically important fossils, you know? Like here is a beautiful fossil fish from the Green River Formation of Wyoming. Eocene epoch. Paleogene period. This is about 50 million years old. Diplomystus, gorgeous. And I got this as a gift from L.J. Krumanacker, a fellow paleontologist, whom we'll actually talk about in a minute. But yeah, this is a really, really common fossil. This is not rare at all. There are museum collections that are just absolutely chock full of these. There are probably literally millions of these in existence. Like, Diplomystus, not a rare creature. Tyrannosaurus, we've got about 50 of them in the whole world. You know, adults and juveniles. And there's still so much that we don't understand about these creatures, you know? We don't even understand how many species there were during Hell Creek times, you know? During the Maastrichtian epoch at the end of the Cretaceous, you know, these creatures have to be evolving over time, but we don't have a clear picture of that yet, because we don't have enough specimens, we don't have enough data, you know? So yeah, I'm not trying to say like, oh, well, you know, nobody here should own any fossils. Like, no, having something like this, being able to hold a piece of Earth's history, and be able to say this is from our own planet 50 million years ago, and this fish was once swimming around, hopefully enjoying life, feeding and reproducing, and doing all those other things that fishes do. And then it died, was lucky enough to be preserved as a fossil, and here I'm able to hold it and keep it safe, you know, 50 million years later. That's really cool, but this is really, really common, you know? If this were the only one of its kind, or if there were only 50 Diplomystus in existence, you can bet your boots that I would be, you know, personally driving this to the museum and donating it. But instead, it's, you know, since it's really common, it's just kind of a nice keepsake, you know? A Tyrannosaurus is not a keepsake. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. So yeah. So I was tweeting about this, and luckily it's, I don't know, people seem to be receiving this pretty well. It's actually 3 specimens. Yeah. So I said, from a scientific standpoint, and for anyone who thinks that Tyrannosaurus is cool and wants us to learn more about this incredible dinosaur, the story is heartbreaking. Any potential buyer should be ashamed to even consider this purchase. You know? You're basically saying, like, yeah, you know, I'm some wealthy jerk and I don't care about science. I just want to own these things because, I don't know, they're cool, I guess, and I have too much money. And, like, not interested in people actually, you know, learning anything from this. Yeah. So, yeah. It's just disgusting. But not just disgusting for that reason, it's also a huge, huge ripoff. So this specimen here, these 3 specimens, I should say, you know, clearly they were collected over the course of, shoot, It's like 5 years, if not longer. Probably by different crews, I would imagine. Different commercial crews. The thing about commercial crews is that, again, it's a commercial enterprise. They're in it to make a profit. They're not in it for science. They're not in it to actually help us learn more about the ancient past. It's inherently a commercial enterprise. You know? They're in it to make profit. And like Jack says, when data is overhead, you don't collect good data. So yeah, I very much doubt that they've got much good data with this. They certainly don't have specimen numbers or anything like that. Of course they wouldn't, it's not in a repository, but anyway. But also the thing is, since it's a commercial enterprise, you know, they're trying to minimize costs as much as they can. It probably cost them a few $1,000s to collect these 3 specimens. And yet they're trying to turn around and sell it for millions of dollars. You know, I've been on field crews where we've been out there for the better part of a summer, maybe a month and a half, maybe 2 months. And our budget was like maybe a few $1,000s for the whole summer to dig up scads of dinosaurs, you know? Paleontology, field paleontology has got to be one of the most inexpensive sciences there is for what we bring out of it, you know? We can bring back incredible dinosaurs, and it's, you know, it's a lot of hard work, certainly. It's a lot of hard work, and you gotta really know what you're doing. But it doesn't cost much at all, you know? Our biggest expenses are usually food and fuel. So yeah, I don't know. If you were, say, following you know, an alternative rock band around the country on tour in your car, you'd be spending more money than we would be digging up a Tyrannosaurus specimen, most likely. You know? Especially if you're staying in hotels and stuff. We're out there sleeping in tents, eating beans. Yeah. Dinosaur science is not expensive. Yeah. Dinosaurs are not expensive to dig up. All in all, it probably cost those commercial collectors about $10,000 for excavation and fossil prep, if that. Probably less, given that everything was so small. Like, they're not dealing with a Wonkel-sized, you know, quarry. They're dealing with, you know, a few odds and ends from 3 different Tyrannosaurus specimens. But they're expecting some dingus to cough up millions of dollars to buy it. It's a scam. So yeah. If you see that, you know, on Twitter, or if there's a comment section and the news website that you're reading where you see an article on this, you know, yeah, feel free to make your voice heard there and say, you know what, this is a huge ripoff. This thing, you know, these 3 Tyrannosaurus specimens, they should have been excavated properly, you know, to help us learn more about these dinosaurs. It shouldn't be some wealthy person's plaything, you know? It shouldn't be a trophy in some rich jerk's foyer. So yeah. Anyway. But yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says the price isn't because of the cost of digging them up, but because it's rare. But they're not. Charlie's Dragon, Tyrannosaurus is not rare. It's not. That's completely wrong. Diamonds aren't rare either. They've been made artificially scarce, but they're people who hoard tons and tons and tons of them. So that's another thing. But anyway, Tyrannosaurus is not rare. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. So, time averaged here. Different dinosaurs from the Hell Creek Formation. And these are fairly large-bodied dinosaurs. Ornithomimus size and larger. Ornithomimus size and larger, I should say. Tyrannosaurus is the 2nd most common dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. We've got more specimens of T-Rex than we have of, say, Edmontosaurus. The only dinosaur that's more common than T-Rex in the Hell Creek is Triceratops. Triceratops is really, really common. Tyrannosaurus, moderately common. Edmontosaurus, a little bit less common than that. So yeah. And full exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, that's a good point. Full T-Rex skeletons are rare. Nobody's ever actually found a complete, 100% complete Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Because that's the thing, is by the time you found it, there's already parts that will have eroded. That's how we find them in the first place. So we find broken bits on the surface. But Tyrannosaurus odds and ends, like the auction specimen is made up of, those are pretty common. I found a few of those in my life. Yeah, and I haven't even done a ton of prospecting in the Hell Creek, to be honest. I've honestly probably done more prospecting in the Judith River Formation. But yeah. So anyway, Tyrannosaurus is not rare. You find partial skeletons, you know, you'll find a few every season if you're out there looking, you know? Oh yeah. But yeah. But Triceratops is better because of the horns, clearly, says Triceratops. It's better because we have more specimens. And we can do cooler science on Triceratops than we can do on T-Rex so far. But, yeah. Again, it's hard to do much cool science if you don't have enough specimens. And auctions like this are not helping. Yeah. What was the saying? 3 horns don't play with long necks? I don't know. You lost me, Kirsten. What? Then did the Hell Creek flow into the inland seaway? Oh, so Hell Creek is not like... It's the Hell Creek Formation, is what we're talking about here. It's not like an ancient creek whose waters we're digging, whose deposits we're digging. The Hell Creek Formation is like a name for a big rock unit. It's named after a place called Hell Creek in Montana, but nobody's... I don't know. The actual creek is not important at all. You know? Just like the Lance Formation in Wyoming, which is roughly equivalent in age. The Lance Formation isn't named after a lance that somebody found. Or shoot, maybe it is. I don't know. But anyway, there wasn't a lance that somebody found from the Cretaceous period. Hell Creek is a place in Montana today, and the Hell Creek Formation is named after that. Let's take a look at Earth 66 million years ago. And by Hell Creek times, the western interior seaway had largely receded. So we'll go back to 90. You had the full western interior seaway right here that cut North America in two. But go forward in time to 66 million years ago when the asteroid hits. There's the crater right there, actually, in the Gulf of Mexico. By that point, the western interior seaway had largely retreated. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, an aberrantologist says to add this, Triceratops should be expected to be more common than an apex predator anyways. Exactly, aberrantologist. Yes, indeed. Yeah. If anything, it's kind of a mystery why Tyrannosaurus would be so darn common. You know? In what environment today is your top predator constituting 24% of the large-bodied animals in the ecosystem? You know? Imagine if it was like that on the African Serengeti, where 24% of your animals larger than 100 pounds are lions? That'd be nuts, you know? Yeah. And it seems to be... Well, it's ontogeny is what it is. That, Here, let's see. I think I've got a,
Ontogeny.
Did I not bookmark that? Give me a second here.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, ontogeny. Yes, indeed. So here's the thing. Is that... No, that's not what I'm looking. Come on. Give me a larger image, please. There we go. That's what we're looking for. And let me bookmark this. There we go. For quick reference next time. But Tyrannosaurus did a lot of growing as it matured. You know, they hatched out of a little egg like this. All dinosaurs, as far as we know, hatch out of eggs. None of them gave birth to live young. And so all of the babies start off small because they've got to hatch out of little eggs. There's only a certain size you can make an egg. And so once the egg hatches, that little critter has got to make a living. It's got to eat. It's got to survive. It's probably eating and eating different things than the full-grown adults are eating. Little baby like this is not going to tackle a full-grown Triceratops or Edmontosaurus. You know, it's probably eating little mammals, lizards, frogs, insects. And then they grow and they mature and they get bigger and bigger and bigger until you've got a full adult-sized Tyrannosaurus right there. This is the thing, is that in dinosaur ecosystems like this, since dinosaurs hatched from eggs and they had to go through these big growth changes like this, and they're like eating different things at different growth stages, it's like one species can take up a bunch of different ecological niches. It can be doing a bunch of different ecological jobs throughout its life. So, we've got a neat little clip about that here. There we go. Yeah. Here's a paleontologist named Kat Schroeder, and she's trying to tackle this question, trying to figure it out.
60 kilograms was kind of missing. This is actually above that. This is some fairly large animals that seem to consistently not be in dinosaur communities. In fact, we find this gap in approximately 86% of.
Oh, hang on a minute. Patrick Crusader, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. They say, I remember when I was a kid, it was 65 million years ago. Now it's 66. Time really flies. Welcome, Patrick Crusader. And you're not that old, I promise. It's not been a million years. Our dating methods have just gotten better, so we've got more precise dates. We've got a more precise date for when the asteroid hit. We now know it's 66 instead of 65. We'll be talking all about that tomorrow, after I see the film 65 and talk about it live on stream. That's what we're going to be doing here tomorrow, so yeah. Anyway, and Sociopathogen says they're large due in part because of the oxygen. Nope, Sociopathogen? No, a lot of people think that, and for whatever reason, that's like kind of a common myth. Yeah, but I've got a command just for that. It seems like, if anything, oxygen levels during the Cretaceous period may have been a little bit lower than they are today. Dinosaurs got big for a number of other reasons. I think you heard it in Cosmos. Uh-oh. That'd be a major goof on Cosmos' part. Yeah, because that's wrong. There were times long before the dinosaurs when oxygen levels seem to have been higher in Earth's atmosphere, but you know, Earth's atmosphere, say, for instance, 66 million years ago, would have been pretty much the same as today. Maybe a little bit higher in carbon, because Earth temperatures were higher. Probably a little bit less oxygen. But I don't know. It wouldn't have been any significant difference from today, really, in terms of, like, breathability, animals getting large and that kind of thing.
Have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm destroying. Never.
No, what glue is cheap.
Good afternoon, Danny and friends.
Keep coding, Steph. Thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously, Steph. How are you? How was your weekend? Hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thank you for joining us again.
What you doing?
But yeah. And, I was in your neck of the woods last week and spent the weekend recovering. Oh, interesting, Steph. Very cool. I hope you didn't get rained on too much. It was kind of rainy here. Well, last week was pretty sunny. It was this weekend it was raining. But anyway, I hope you are well and truly recovered, Steph. Thanks for saying hi, and thank you for your continued support. You know I appreciate that. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this. Talking about you know, the weird size gap that we have here in these animals.
Of our communities. And just to give you a context, this isn't a small gap, 100 to 1,000 kilograms.
Yeah.
If we were to apply a similar mass distribution, so if we were to take what carnivorous dinosaur mass distributions look like and apply it to a modern mammalian carnivore assemblage of a similar size, something like Kruger
National Park in South Africa.
Lose all of the carnivorous mammals between the size of a bat-eared fox and a male African lion. So
yeah.
Clearly,
nuts.
There's something going on here. This is a
really weird
gap. It certainly can't be explained by size bias in the fossil record because it is above what we find as the bias in most instances. And when we do the math, actually, we do find that there is a significant correlation between the size of the gap and the size of the largest carnivore in the community. So
which makes a lot of sense. There is something else going on here, and she'll get into that. I'm trying to do this faster. What's causing the carnivore gap?
Persistent gap in carnivore communities. In a majority of the communities, there seems to be some kind of interaction with the megatheropods, but we're not entirely certain what that interaction is. So interestingly, right, 2012, another great paper came out from Codron et al. And they were testing mathematically the potential for competition in dinosaurs through ontogeny or through growth.
Yeah. So this is the thing, is that like I was talking about with our Tyrannosaurus growing.
Ontogeny.
Here's the thing, is that like in mammals, like when we saw the where is it? Right here. You've got a bunch of different mammals in Kruger National Park, different carnivorous mammals, everything from these little mink guys or whatever that is up to an adult lion. The thing is, each of these different creatures is inhabiting a different niche through its life, like one species, one niche. That's not what it's like for these big carnivorous dinosaurs. From the time that they're a tiny little hatchling to an adult, they're moving through different ecological jobs as they grow, you know? Small individuals like this, they're eating frogs, they're eating mammals, they're eating insects and stuff. They get a little bit bigger, and they start eating baby dinosaurs or, you know, larger lizards or something like that. And then at this size, maybe they're hunting ornithomimosaurs or thescelosaurs, and then when they're really, really big, they're hunting Triceratops and Edmontosaurus, maybe even Ankylosaurs, you know, the big dinosaurs in the environment. They're eating them then. So you've got one species, Tyrannosaurus rex, that's hogging all these niches. And that's probably why Tyrannosaurus is so common in the Hell Creek Formation. You can have one species, Tyrannosaurus, that constitutes 24% of all the individual, you know, big dinosaurs in that environment. It's because it's almost like this is a bunch of species. Because you've got little ones, medium ones, big ones, and huge ones that are all Tyrannosaurus. They're all the same species. They're in different niches. And they're all Tyrannosaurus. But it's almost like they're different animals at different growth stages, you know? That's why they can constitute such a big proportion of the, basically, like, every medium and large size carnivorous dinosaur in the Hell Creek is Tyrannosaurus at different growth stages. Is that making sense? Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Rahabophion, there you go. Yeah. Shoot, don't let your cat get any bigger. She'll start hunting neighborhood children and, you know, dogs, small horses. Yeah. Where do you live, Rahabophion? That sounds dangerous. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, I hope that makes sense. So anyway, coming full circle here, when we're talking about, when we're talking about this, it's difficult to actually test questions about Tyrannosaurus when all these specimens are being sent overseas and auctioned off to the highest bidder, you know? It would be lovely if these things were, A, excavated properly in the first place, so they're actually scientifically useful, they've got good data associated with them, and B, if they were made available for study, you know? If they were in a museum, not the private property of some disgustingly wealthy individual, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Out in rural England. Okay, shoot. Don't let her hunt down and eat your local MPs there, Rehabifion. Oh. But yeah. Or maybe do, I don't know.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But Procyon does. Thank you for the 18 months, Procyon. Really, really appreciate that, Procyon. 18 months is a long time. That's like almost a whole year, right? Procyon, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah. That's definitely your dinosaur energy. There you go, Procyon. Well, how appropriate. Yeah. Give her a treat. There you go, Rab. Yeah. Anyway. That is that. So, thanks for sticking with me through some rather unpleasant news. We're going to get in now to, well, another dinosaur. Well, shoot, it's all about tragedy today, isn't it? This is a dinosaur that met a tragic end during World War II. I talk about sometimes how rare it is to have complete skeleton, well, not even complete skeletons of dinosaurs. How rare particular dinosaurs are, where for most dinosaurs that have ever been found, ever been named, scientifically described, most dinosaur species are known from exactly one specimen. What I'm about to talk about is a dinosaur that's known from today, maybe 0 specimens. It's called Bahariasaurus. And Helix Fossil requested a dinosaur deep dive on it on Friday. We didn't have time to do it then, but we're going to be spending some extra time on it today. Yeah, the specimen, Golganek. There was just one. So yeah, and I've got some little video clips to kind of introduce it to us. And Phoenix...
Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week? And that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow.
Phoenix 90. Thank you for the 27 months of support. That is extraordinary. 27 months is, that's definitely something. Yeah. Yeah. Holy cow, Phoenix. It's almost a whole year, isn't it? Thank you, Phoenix. Really appreciate you. Yeah. Oh yeah, it is a whole lot of support. Yes, indeed, Lenina. Thank you, Phoenix. Yeah. It's like a millennium, X-Mariner. Yeah, close enough. Yeah. And Pendrake says museum got hit with a bomb. Multiple bombs, Pendrake. Multiple bombs. We'll talk about that. Yeah, I hope Helix Fossil sees this. We're gonna start doing a thing nowadays, by the way, when we're talking about, when we're doing our dinosaur deep dives. I'm not gonna be doing them on the spot anymore. We're gonna be delaying our dinosaur deep dives by exactly 1 day to give me some more time to kind of get material together and, you know, we'll talk about these animals a little bit more in depth, I think. But, yeah. And Chris Cookies, you're correct. There was an infinitesimally brief appearance that I made on the Streamer Awards last night. It was, or Saturday night. It was really, really funny to me. I can't share it on stream. This is a family-friendly broadcast, and yeah. Anyway, for anybody who's curious about that, I have a clip. I'll give you the link, but I'm not going to watch it live on stream because it does not adhere to our community standards, unfortunately. How ironic! you know? Yeah. It's not PG. Yeah, there you go. Neither do you? Well, Kirsten, yeah. Well, there's the clip. There's the link right there. I just posted it in the chat. So, you recognize that split second of a khaki shirt? You know, having a uniform of sorts, I suppose, pays off, doesn't it? Yeah. Chris Cookies, it's great to have you back. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. But let's talk about Bahariasaurus, this mysterious dinosaur from Egypt. Here we go.
The Cretaceous period. Much
all right.
about dinosaurs comes from those that roamed the northern hemisphere.
Most
dinosaurs, which lived on the southern continents, particularly Africa, remain scientific enigmas even today. But in 1910, one man would begin to explore that mysterious ancient world.
And this is poor writing. It's not one man. It was several people. Two main men, I suppose. It was Ernst Stromer von Reichenbach, German paleontologist, and then Richard Markgraf as well, another German paleontologist. Yes, it was two guys. Markgraf really doesn't get enough credit, but he was instrumental to all of this, you know? Yeah, not two kids in a trench coat, Oliver.
Born on December 5th, 1870, into an ancient baronial lineage, Ernst Stromer von Reichenbach spent a quiet childhood near his family seat in Nuremberg, Germany. Small of build and often in poor health, Stromer would ultimately find his calling in the evolving fields of geology and paleontology.
Yeah, no pun intended, evolving fields. But yeah, Stromer gets all the attention because, you know, he's an aristocrat, and yeah, and I guess they pay particular attention to him in this documentary because they're able to get, I think, his granddaughter as an interviewee, maybe two of his granddaughters. But yeah.
In the early 1900s, Stromer learned of some fossilized prehistoric mammal bones recently uncovered in Egypt.
Yep.
At the end of 1910, he mounted his own expedition to see what other fossils Egypt might possess.
Es war so, es gab ja damals noch nicht die moderne.
It was a strenuous journey. There were no cars. He had to rely on local means of transportation like camels. He had no plan for provisions.
Stromer and his team trekked nearly 200 miles across the desert.
He didn't have a great time out there.
8 days before they reached the then primitive outpost of the Baharia Oasis.
January 13th, 1911. I arrive in Bawiti and meet with a local official. The official tells me that I probably won't find much.
After exploring some disappointing sites, Stromer came upon Jebel el Dist. There he found his first significant fossils.
Yep.
Tantalizing glimpses from the Earth's primeval past.
January 28th, 1911. In cold weather, I search through the hills. I find among these layers 3 large bones. Apparently, these are the first dinosaur bones that have been found in Egypt.
Very cool.
Stromer
in 1911.
found a diverse dinosaur fauna with 2 standout key players.
Neither of which is our Bahariasaurus. Our Bahariasaurus is maybe of kind of secondary importance here, but check it out.
By the name of Spinosaurus, and the other Carcharodontosaurus.
Yeah.
We're talking about dinosaurs approaching the size of Tyrannosaurus rex, which was long believed to be the greatest meat-eating dinosaur of all time. No longer is. Move over. You got competition.
While Stromer...
Yeah, so anyway. Stromer, this German paleontologist, goes out to Egypt, and this doesn't really go into detail about that, but Stromer, he actually sought to prove the idea that Africa was the cradle of humanity. That human beings first came out of Africa. and that all people on Earth are descendants of African ancestors. Ptolemaic, thank you for the follow. Some creative spelling there for Ptolemaic, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Tommy Plodicus says, I bet that was popular at the time. Yeah, that's the thing, is that, well, shoot. In early 20th century Europe, especially Germany, the people in power at the time were not thrilled at this idea that we are indeed all African originally, that humanity came out of Africa. They didn't like that idea. In fact, they were really scared of that idea. But Stromer, consummate scientist, he thought this was correct, and he set out to go collect fossils in Egypt, because he'd heard that there were mammalian fossils in Egypt. He wanted to try and prove this hypothesis by finding the fossils. So yeah, remember that, because it's going to set him up for some tragedy later. Stromer was a principled guy, and the people in power were not. Or their principles were not what you would say compassionate or morally correct. Or Stromer. But anyway, yeah. So yeah. Somebody already used the C ending for Ptolemaic? Okay, Ptolemaic. Gotcha. Well, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah. And OK2Play was asking, and what year is this? The late 1930s? It will be the late 1930s. This extends for like 30, 40 years. OK2Play. You'll see. But it was in 1911 that Stromer and Markgraf made their discovery of Bahariasaurus. And it's funny because I gotta plug this thing in. It's gonna die on me. Poor phone. There we go. The two dinosaurs that really get the most attention, well, the one dinosaur that gets the most attention is Spinosaurus. Carcharodontosaurus after that. Now Paralititan. This is the book. Here. Maybe I can show you a trailer. Do we have a trailer for this? Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt trailer. Or intro, I guess. Here. Take a look at this. This itself is a historical artifact from the early 2000s. What this is, 2002, I think? This was on A&E, the television channel, which at the time, I think, still stood for Arts and Entertainment. And now it's about Real Housewives of Bakersfield, and I don't know. Not really sure what A&E is nowadays, but they definitely don't have a lot of stuff about science on there. Or the arts, for that matter. But take a look. Here, I'll be right back, actually.
100 million years before the birth of the first pharaoh, the deserts of Egypt were verdant Edens, teeming with life. At the top of this food chain, dinosaurs ruled.
Dinosaurs? Too loud. Sorry.
Nearly 100 years ago, a German aristocrat named Ernst Stromer ventured deep into this wasteland, searching for clues to its prehistoric past.
Anybody recognize that narrator?
The strange monsters he discovered would astonish the scientific community, only to be blasted.
Oh, and there is the femur, by the way. The femur of Bahariasaurus. whom we're talking about right now. You know, I gotta stretch this out as much as I can because there's not very much information on Bahariasaurus. It's a really intriguing dinosaur, but we don't have much material of it. So it's cool that it shows up in a video at all, even if it is just a femur, you know? Yeah. And, yes, indeed. It's that, Matthew McConaughey guy. He's the narrator. Very, pretty distinctive voice, you know?
The scientific community.
Yeah.
Only to be blasted into dust by man-made fire from the skies.
Fire from the skies.
For the next half a century, a hidden world lay buried under these shifting sands. Until a team of young scientists set out to resume Stromer's quest. Their mission? To unearth the remains of the lost dinosaurs of Egypt.
I was all about this when I was a kid. Holy cow.
Something so unexpected, it would supply one vital missing piece to the puzzle of a forgotten world.
Yeah. The lost dinosaurs of Egypt. Humans. Yeah. Matthew McConaughey. All right. Yeah. So anyway, you can actually catch the whole thing. You just look it up on YouTube. The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt, you'll find it. Yeah, from a lost era when A&E had educational content, you know? Yeah. So yeah, and there's a book here that was kind of a tie-in for that program. This is really interesting because I think their scientific expedition into Egypt was partly funded by the TV network A&E. So this was a dinosaur dig, a paleontological expedition, in search of the lost dinosaurs of Egypt, funded by a TV station. Pretty cool. Yeah. So from the book, on page 110. In 1934, this was, man, it took like literally decades for Stromer to get his fossils safely back to Germany to study them because of the outbreak of World War I, and then there's all these tariffs and trade embargoes and all kinds of just awfulness like that. But in 1934, Stromer announced the identification of a third theropod dinosaur from Baharia. Baharia is the oasis there in Egypt around which these fossils were found. The first two were, Spinosaurus and Carcharodontosaurus. In fact, I can show you a little image here. There's a lovely image that I think was on the Wikipedia page that kind of gives you some sense. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah. Spinosaurus and Carcharodontosaurus are these two big theropod dinosaurs that are today pretty popular. They're fairly well known. I think Carcharodontosaurus, you can even see it in the Jurassic World Evolution video game. People know and love Carcharodontosaurus. Carcharodontosaurus and Delta Dromius. Here's a pretty famous image. It's burned into my memory from childhood. Carcharodontosaurus, the shark-toothed lizard, the Carcharodon-toothed lizard. Because to Stromer, the teeth, he thought they reminded him of, like, the teeth of Carcharodon, the white shark. Great white shark. And then here's little Deltadromius right here. Another kind of theropod dinosaur. So yeah, Carcharodontosaurus and Spinosaurus right here are the two most well-known big theropods from Baharia. And, yeah, but Stromer announced the identification of a third theropod from Baharia that he called Bahariasaurus. The type specimen for this discovery included back and pelvic vertebrae, a rib fragment, and 3 pelvic bones, 3 bones from the hips. Stromer assigned other fossils that he found in the 1922 shipment to several more individuals of this genus, including a fragment of an ilium, additional pelvic elements, and a neck, back, and tail vertebrae. He also tentatively assigned other material, including the femur he collected at Gebel el Dist on January 18, 1911, to Bahariasaurus. Taken together, these fossils suggest another large theropod approaching the size of Tyrannosaurus. Might have been as big as T-Rex. But because of its fragmentary nature, many of today's paleontologists have ignored Bahariasaurus, or have suggested that it was a close relative of Carcharodontosaurus. Yeah. Then, again, in 1996, the paleontologist Paul Sereno identified a new theropod from Morocco, Deltadromeus, said to closely resemble Bahariasaurus. And that's our Deltadromeus right here. So to this day, this animal remains kind of a mystery. We don't have very much material from it. You know? So yeah. Yeah, it's kind of mysterious. It's very mysterious, honestly. If we look at the Wikipedia page, for instance, they've got a whole thing on the classification of this animal and how it's changed throughout the years. Different paleontologists basically guessing at what it may have been related to, because we've got such limited material, you know? Limited, verging on non-existent nowadays. We'll talk about why. But yeah, the exact taxonomic placement of Bahariasaurus is uncertain. It's an understatement. Although it has been variously assigned to several theropod groups, including Carcharodontosauridae. So maybe it looked like this critter here. And even the superfamily Tyrannosauroidea. Maybe it's an early African Tyrannosauroid. We don't know. Yeah, the smaller contemporary theropod Deltadromeus could be synonymous with Bahariasaurus. And if this assumption is correct, Bahariasaurus would represent the largest ceratosaur, as recent studies considered Deltadromeus a ceratosaur, specifically a noasaurid. That's nuts. Other people have suggested that Bahariasaurus might be a giant megaraptoran dinosaur. We really don't know. And the thing is, so here's Stromer posing with the Bahariasaurus femur right there, or what he called the femur of Bahariasaurus. But the thing is, he found bits and pieces of big theropod dinosaurs scattered all around at different sites, presumably from slightly different times. And he called a bunch of these Bahariasaurus. But we're not sure at all if those are all pieces of the same animal, you know? We really don't know. Yeah. Brennington says it's definitely one of the theropods of all time. Yeah, absolutely. One of the theropods of all time, Brennington. Agreed. Yeah. It would be really cool if it were an African Tyrannosaur. But I don't think we have any Tyrannosaurs from Africa yet, Rahab. No. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Bah Hamburg. I think Stromer is actually from Nuremberg. But, anyway. Yeah. But he worked in Munich at the museum there. At least some of the time. When he's not being a baron or whatever. But yeah. Yeah. And interesting that a 2020 study found that a referred fossil of Bahariasaurus actually belongs to Deltadromeus, leaving Bahariasaurus to be regarded as a nomen dubium by the authors. Interesting. Yeah. Let's take a look at some different interpretations of what this animal may have looked like. Bahariasaurus. There it is, reconstructed as a giant megaraptoran. An ultra-megaraptoran, you could say. Similar to, like, Australovenator from Australia, or Megaraptor from South America, from Argentina. There it is, reconstructed as, like, a giant Allosaurus. Very Allosaurus-like there. Here it is reconstructed as, like, a Megalosauroid. You know, like Torvosaurus or something. which I suppose it could have been. At any rate, it's big, whatever it is. It's very big. That's pretty much all we know about it, is it's a big African theropod dinosaur from the early Cretaceous. There it is, almost looking like kind of Tyrannosauroid-y. Here's that classic illustration from Jurassic Park Institute, which I actually included in my tweet today. You know, kind of talking about this broadcast. It basically looks like a Carcharodontosaur there. But yeah, we really don't know what this animal would have looked like. We've got such limited material, honestly. Yeah. It's definitely a big boy, Gianmi. Yes, indeed. Yeah. But got the stream running? Oh, good, Kirsten. I'm glad. Jody Fish says, just out of curiosity, did he happen to map out how far afield his bones were from each other? He did. So he took notes of the different localities that he was prospecting and collecting at. And I think some of those original quarries have actually been relocated. But I think much of the stratigraphy in there is, I don't know. There's a lot of work yet to be done by current and future Egyptian paleontologists to figure this stuff out. The Egyptians have actually been doing a wonderful job of kind of reclaiming their fossil heritage, really grabbing the reins of vertebrate paleontology in their country. And I was lucky enough to work with an Egyptian paleontologist this past summer. He came to dig with us out in Utah. Bilal Salem. Good guy. And, let's see. Yeah. There's us right there. Bilal, funny guy. There's me, there's our jackets, and there's 3 of us. Me, Bilal, and Ethan. On the last day of the field season. Well, the next morning we packed up and drove out. Went back to civilization. But yeah. Anyway. So yeah, Bilal is part of the new generation of Egyptian paleontologists who are really doing some excellent work out there. And I really hope they're able to find more material of Bahariasaurus. We can figure out what this animal was actually like, but referring it back to Bahariasaurus might prove to be really difficult. Because unfortunately, all we really have are illustrations of the original fossils. And we'll talk about why. Yeah. XI Delta X. Delta, how are you doing? Welcome. Hi there, did you read Sapiens, A Brief History? I haven't read it, no. I've heard mixed things about that. Very mixed things, actually, Delta. I've got some paleoanthropologist friends, and they're like, yeah, the book was garbage. So, I don't know. I haven't read it. But yeah. But it's good to have you here, Delta. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Can I call you Delta X? Because we have a moderator named Delta Rain who's here, and I don't want to get you mixed up with her. But yeah. Ninear, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate that. Let me drink some water here. Yeah. Doing well, Ninear. We're doing well. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. And you know what I gotta do before I forget? Let us change our streaming category to just chatting. We've got like 150 people watching. And I think... Let's test this hypothesis. I think, yep. We're currently at the very top of the science and technology category, which... You know, I'm not always comfortable there. So let's go from being a big fish in a small pond to being a very small fish in a very large pond. Let's move into just chatting right there. There we go. Of course, what we're doing here is more important than just chatting. We're learning about the incredible history of life on our amazing planet Earth. And what could be more interesting or more important than that? But yeah, anyway, I'm so glad everybody's here, and hope you're having fun. Yeah. But yeah. And 11 Delta 9 is what I'm reading. Oh, that's cool. Sociopathogen, that's, yeah, 11 Delta 9. Can I call you Delta 9? I like the ring of that. Yeah. Delta 9, great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Excuse me. Ah, how rude of me. Let's get rid of some of these tabs. And as I was talking about earlier, Ernst Stromer von Reichenbach discoverer of Spinosaurus, Bahariasaurus, along with Richard Markgraf, excuse me. He had a rough life. And, well, let's just watch. You'll see what I mean. He had a rough life for an aristocrat, I'll say. Anyway, yeah.
In 1941, Ernst Stromer was among the millions swept up in a storm of another kind.
Uh-oh.
The Second World War.
Yeah.
Stromer himself openly opposed the Nazis' cause.
Yep.
He was very bitter against the National Socialists for the character of the war. He didn't accept this war at all.
Traditionally, Baron Stromer von Reichenbach's standing as a member of the German aristocracy would automatically qualify his three sons for officer status. But Stromer's vocal opposition...
And hang on a minute, did we miss this part? We missed the part where he had three sons. Hang on a minute here. Let's see if I can find that. Yeah, let's scooch back here. To here. Already watched this part. Yep.
Species was focused on its most destructive pursuit.
Anyway, yeah. So, Bahariasaurus was found alongside Spinosaurus and Carcharodontosaurus.
I find among these layers 3 large bones. Apparently, these are the first dinosaur bones that have been found.
Yeah.
Stromer found a diverse dinosaur fauna with 2 standout key players. One by the name of Spinosaurus.
Yep.
And the other Carcharodontosaurus.
And then third is Bahariasaurus, whom we're talking about right now. Bahariasaurus doesn't get a lot of attention in this documentary, but it's there. Bahariasaurus, there in the background. Doesn't get as much attention, not as well known, but it's there.
We're talking about dinosaurs approaching.
And Tommy Plodicus.
Tommy Plodicus gifted a tier 1 sub to Brow.
I really appreciate that, Tommy Plodicus. Thank you. Thank you for that support. Exquisite. I really appreciate that, Tommy Plodicus. And I think you were the very first to actually trigger that new alert there. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah. And Delta 9.
America loses them forever.
Thank you, Delta 9. Holy cow, for subscribing. I really appreciate that. That's a recurring sub right there. Delta 9, thank you for that pledge of continued support. Thank you for helping me do what I do here. This is my full-time gig, and you're helping put food on my table. Supporting science outreach through that. So enjoy the emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. That's excellent. And yeah, we're now at 18 out of 40 subs. You're right, Lenina. You're right. Very nice. Good stuff. So thank you, Delta 9. And thanks, OK2Play. I'm glad you like the emotes. They are a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm quite fond of them as well. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm working on some new emotes too. We'll see when those are finished, but yeah. Anyway, let's continue our documentary here. Little video.
Rex, which was long believed to be the greatest meat-eating dinosaur of all time. No longer is. Move over. You got competition.
While Stromer immersed himself in the extinct species of the Cretaceous, his own 20th century species was focused on its most destructive pursuit, making war on itself.
Yeah.
In August 1914, World War I broke out, and the material collected by him was still in Egypt. 12 big wooden crates taken by the Anglo-Egyptian officials were not allowed to leave the country.
Ernst Stromer's hard-earned fossil finds had become hostages of war.
Yep.
Nearly a century after Stromer's setback, Josh Smith, a former Army sharp...
Anyway, yeah, this is the, kind of getting into the present, and then, not at the present, this is what, 20 years ago at this point, holy cow. But, yeah, let's see, I'm trying to find the part where Stromer, because we're talking about Bahariasaurus, we're talking about what happened way back then, and is it not in this clip? Here we go.
To Ernst Stromer.
Yeah, here we go.
Nearly 100 years before Josh and his colleagues first set foot in Bahariya, German paleontologist Ernst Stromer excavated tons of fossils from the same lonely patch of desert. The tragedy of Stromer's lost dinosaurs began in 1914.
Yep.
When Egyptian and British officials confiscated his final shipment of fossils at the port of Alexandria. The specimens did not reach Germany until 1922.
Holy cow. So it took a full 8 years for him to get those specimens. We talk about this a lot on this channel. Like, how long is it sometimes between when you initially discover a dinosaur and when it gets announced to the public? It could be years, it could be decades. Here's one of the things that can happen, is that the fossil shipments can get held up at checkpoints or at international boundaries. Yeah. Ideally, fossils should really be studied within a nation's boundaries by the people of that nation, But that's not always feasible. In this case, Stromer wanted to take these fossils back to Germany to study them. That was kind of the norm at the time. I don't really blame him for that necessarily. Stromer was probably a good guy for the most part. The Nazis certainly hated him. And, so that's a thumbs up in my book, Nazis also detest me, and I hate them. So, that's a good thing, Anyway, but yeah. It could be a long time in between when a dinosaur is first dug up, or first discovered, and then dug up, and then cleaned, prepared, reposited, illustrated, studied, written up, photographed. Manuscript's got to make its way through review. Authors have to collaborate on it. Got to finish up the manuscript, shop it around to different journals, try and get it published, go through sometimes multiple, like rounds of review, and then sometimes there's like an embargo on it. Sometimes there might be a backlog of a year before the thing actually gets published in the journal. It could be a long time. But luckily, most of us today don't have to deal with the same, man, it was really a trial for poor Ernst Stromer, Yeah.
When it finally got to Germany, apparently it was in fairly sad shape. Apparently it had been unpacked and repacked, and that's of course always a prescription for disaster, particularly at a time when people were not very good yet about preserving fossils.
With the materials finally back in Germany, Ernst Stromer spent several more years trying to overcome these setbacks.
Being a paleontologist is not just making the finds, it's also writing about them.
Yep, there you go.
I don't know that he was particularly unhappy to come back, although he had very happy memories of being in the Middle East, I know that. Not the least because he met his wife there, of course.
Yeah.
Stromer was still working in Egypt when he first met Elizabeth Rennebaum, the daughter of a British architect. Years later, a chance encounter in Germany led to their marriage in 1920. During the following years, the couple raised their sons Ullmann, Gerhard, and Wolfgang at Stromer's family seat, the 9th century castle Stromer von Reichenbach, their private haven.
He literally lived in a
just
castle
outside of Nuremberg.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. But he's the good guy in this story.
My husband, although not completely uncritical of him, really worshipped him. Yes, he must have been a very good father, very strict.
Stromer continued to press forward with his work, authoring painstakingly
It's not an Ichthyosaurus, I think.
describing a complex equatorial ecosystem.
Other critters. Yeah.
Stromer discovered several distinct species of T-Rex-sized predators.
Yep.
Including
Carcharodontosaurus,
a carnivore with a 6-foot-long skull.
Carcharodontosaurus. The name means shark-toothed lizard, and this is a dinosaur that was sort of the equivalent of a shark on land. It would have basically walked up to a sauropod dinosaur and probably taken a big chunk out of it and just sort of waited for it to die.
Maybe. We're not really sure who else has eaten sauropods. Or eaten us.
But how did meat eaters like Carcharodontosaurus survive in a desert?
Well, because it wasn't a desert. Anyway, it's like all kinds of cool floodplains and mangroves and really, really rich environment just teeming with life back then. It certainly was not a desert. So yeah. But anyway. Back to the story of Stromer and his dinosaurs. Yeah.
Not at all.
Traditionally, Baron Stromer von Reichenbach's standing as a member of the German aristocracy would automatically qualify his 3 sons for officer
There you go,
status.
Aberrantologist, yeah. Serrated
But
teeth.
Stromer's vocal opposition to the Nazis meant his sons Ullmann, Gerhard, and Wolfgang would become virtual cannon fodder, sent to the front lines as infantrymen.
On the Eastern Front.
At the beginning of the war, my husband and his elder brother were naturally drafted immediately. His elder brother died in Russia, which was, of course, an enormous blow for the family. I also know that Ernst didn't show very much emotion about it, but felt it all the more.
I mean, imagine that, too. Like, your country is suddenly being run by psychopaths, and they send your 3 sons out to fight and die in an impossible campaign, you know, in Russia. And, like, they clearly don't, you know, they're forced to fight in, like, this pointless war. Yeah.
17-year-old.
I believe it, Delta 9. I believe it.
Action a few months after his enlistment.
Yeah.
Less than 2 weeks later.
Agreed,
Germany
Rahab.
surrendered.
Agreed.
Ernst suffered naturally appallingly under the death of the 2 boys, and just went downhill after that.
Russian soldiers captured Stromer's only surviving son, Wolfgang, incarcerating him in a prison work camp.
There was a particularly long time where they didn't know what had happened to him.
World War I had forced Stromer to abandon many of his important Egyptian discoveries on a pier in Alexandria. The Second Great War committed 2 of his sons to the ground, another to a Russian labor camp. But Stromer would sustain one more grave loss. April 1944.
It was the night of April 23rd to the 24th of 1944, if I recall correctly. An RAF Allied bombing raid, Royal Air Force, British bombers, Lancasters, and Mosquitoes going in around midnight to the town of Munich. Yeah, I should say, before we get into this part, that Stromer's really, really important Egyptian dinosaur fossils were there in the Munich Museum. Just about everything else important in that museum had been taken away to safer locations. Cities like this were dangerous places toward the end of World War II like this. Munich was already being bombed by the Allies. Soon I guess it was a year later, but the Russians would be pouring west across Europe and capturing German towns and cities. Most of the artifacts and specimens and things like that in museums which were considered important, these had already been moved away to places like salt mines out in the mountains, where they would be safe. But since Stromer was vocally opposed to the Nazis, they tried to find little ways of kind of persecuting him. He's a member of the nobility. The guy lives in a castle. He's a baron. So they can't just shoot him. Or at least they didn't. But they did prevent him from moving his really important dinosaur fossils to a safer location. All these other works of art and archaeological artifacts and other things had already been moved to safe locations. Stromer's fossils had to stay there in the museum, and he worried about those day and night. And not without reason, as we'll see. So, Booty Raider, I like that movie too, Monuments Men. Yeah. Nico says, why do you think that all dinosaurs used roaring instead of hissing? I don't think that, Nico. Wait, what? Why do I think all dinosaurs use roaring instead of hissing? Anyway, welcome, Nico_4141. Good to have you here. Maybe we'll get to dinosaur vocalizations in a little bit, but we're trying to talk about Bahariasaurus and the tragedy of that and Stromer's other dinosaurs here. So the Nazis prevented him from moving his fossils to a safe location, and I don't know. I hold them responsible for the destruction here.
In a determined effort to wipe out Munich's communication and railway systems, Allied bombers reduced whole blocks of this Bavarian city to ashes.
Yep.
When the smoke cleared, the Munich Museum of Paleontology, located near Nazi Party headquarters, had also been devastated. Virtually all of Ernst Stromer's fossil finds from Egypt were destroyed.
Yep. When they say virtually all, I think they mean that everything that was in that museum obliterated.
Despondent over this series of losses, Stromer and his wife clung to the hope that their last surviving son would come back to them alive. The Russians finally released Wolfgang Stromer in 1950.
My grandfather was very, very happy that at least one of his sons came back. He just survived to see my father back and see him married. And know that I was to come.
Ernst Stromer passed away at the age of 82 on December 18, 1952. During the years following his death, Ernst Stromer's scientific legacy slowly began to fade, becoming an historical footnote to all but the most dedicated paleontologists.
I guess that would include me at the time. Even when I was a little kid, I knew the name Ernst Stromer. Knew about his history with Egyptosaurus, Carcharodontosaurus, Spinosaurus, and of course Bahariasaurus. Welcome back, Helix Fossil. We're talking about your dinosaur today. We're doing a big old deep dive on Bahariasaurus, Helix. Welcome. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to the rest of this documentary if you'd like to see it. But good stuff. So, Bahariasaurus. What can we say about this animal? Not a whole lot. All of the original material that Stromer collected was destroyed during that bombing raid in 1944.
In that brief moment, we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
It's true. Optic Nerve, thank you for the 19 months of support. Thank you, Optic Nerve. Really appreciate that. Yeah. An aberrantologist. Bahariasaurus, it sure existed. I mean, yeah, but in what form? What did it look like? What kind of a dinosaur was it? Is it a giant noasaurid? Is it a megalosaur? Is it an allostauroid, a carcharodontosaur? A weirdo tyrannosauroid? Is it the same critter as Deltadromeus? I think if there is any possibility that I would put money on, it's probably that, I don't know, if, you know, water pistol to my head, if I had to tell you, you know, what is Bahariasaurus, I'd say it probably is an adult Deltadromeus here. But what is Deltadromeus? Is it a late surviving ceratosaur, as has been suggested? I don't know. The thing is, we don't have the material to study nowadays because it was destroyed in World War II. And Egyptian paleontologists are going to go out there and they're going to find more material of big Egyptian theropod dinosaurs. That's going to happen. It will happen. But they're going to have their work cut out for them because trying to compare that to Bahariasaurus is going to be difficult because we don't have the original Bahariasaurus fossils. Fortunately, Stromer illustrated these things pretty well. And I think if we were to go through... Shoot, there's maybe a 10% chance that this is going to work. But, let me look through my PDF library here. And let me see if we've got Bahariasaurus illustrations here to show you. But yeah, so I guess all that we really have are Stromer's illustrations, which are pretty detailed. But, yeah. Oh, here we go. You know, I don't read or speak German, so I won't be able to tell you what's going on with the text here. Except for a few things. Egyptian, that's what that means. But let's see if we've got some figures here on Bahariasaurus. And a lot of older manuscripts like this, the figures are way down at the bottom. And, yep, there we go. What are these? And they're like, there's going to be a key somewhere else. Anyway, this just kind of shows you the meticulousness with which Stromer had these fossils illustrated in these, I think this is Bahariasaurus. Anyway, big old ilium there. Big old femur. I think that is. Let's see if that matches the photo that we have. There we go. Yeah. Got this little prong right here. There's the femur head. And femur head. I think that's it, yeah. So yeah, he illustrated these things pretty well, but nowadays all we've got are the illustrations and a few photos. So if somebody ever finds a semi-complete skeleton of what might be Bahariasaurus. You'd have to compare it to illustrations and photographs. Actually comparing the fossils themselves to those fossils that Stromer collected is impossible, because they were destroyed in World War II. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Any other massive Noasaurids in Northern? I don't think so, Brannington, no. I don't know what the biggest Noasaurid would be. But yeah, it's a great question, Brannington. And Leia Mkor, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Roland Elliart, what's shaking? Optic Nerve. Howdy, howdy. An Aberrantologist says, I really wish we had more material from Egypt. The ecosystems there seem so fascinating. They certainly were. Yeah, holy cow. Yeah. But yeah. And Kirsten Games says, as someone getting into the career of paleontology, what would you recommend for tools and or gear for doing fieldwork? Oh, that's a great question, Kirsten. It depends what kind of fieldwork you're going to be doing, what you're going to be digging up. But I can give you just, like, basic stuff. Number one most important piece of gear, I would say, get yourself some decent boots. If you don't have decent boots, I would really recommend that. I like boots that are fairly tall, you know, like hunting boots. I can show you some of the ones I used to have. Yeah. Like these. Yeah. Are these in stock now? Oh, they're insulated. I don't want the insulated ones. These were out of stock for the longest time, but these are my favorite boots. Daner pronghorns. I don't really do like product endorsements on Paleontologizing. But if I ever did, it would be for something like this, you know? But unfortunately, these are so good that they don't need product endorsements. Usually it's like lousy products where they've got to go, oh yeah, you know, definitely, you know, oh, these are celebrity endorsed. Well, it's because they're garbage, you know? Not the case with these. These are incredible, and, anyway. But they don't need endorsements because of that. They can't keep them on the shelves. So yeah, yeah. So anyway, good pair of boots. Excellent thing to have. A rock hammer. Let me think, what else, Kirsten? Good sun protection. Get yourself a decent hat. A hat that you enjoy wearing, something that'll keep the sun off of your face and off your head. It'll keep you cooler. Unless you're in a cold climate, in which case, get you something that'll keep you warm, you know? A lot of these things are going to be dependent on where you're working, what you're digging up, what kind of environment it is. Do you have to deal with cold and wet, or is it hot and dry? What kind of rock are you digging through? All kinds of stuff like that, you know? But I think a decent pair of boots is pretty universal. Unless you're, like, working around, I don't know, the seashore or something. Maybe some Tivas or something. I don't know. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And I like the Rocky SV2s. Oh, very nice, Delta. Yeah. I've got Rocky boots right now. I forget what they are. Let me look it up. Because I couldn't get the Daner pronghorns for a long time. They were just not available anywhere. For anything less than, like, $500. You had a few, like, scalpers who were trying to sell them. But yeah. Let's see. Rocky, what were they? Rocky Men's Sport Utility 8-inch brown boots. Yeah. These were, man, they're not available on Amazon anymore. But that's what I wear. That's like my everyday boot. Yeah. Knowledge of local snakes. That's good too, Clockwork Ninja. Yeah. Yeah. Knee pads. I don't normally have knee pads. I used to carry around what my crew chief would call butt pads. Which are like, they're garden knee pads. Yeah. like this. Right there. This is what Denver Fowler used to call a butt pad. Probably still does. But yeah, it's lightweight, and it's got like a handle on it, so you can just tie it to your rucksack. It's not heavy to carry around. Yeah, it's a good thing to have. And Lordy, how are you doing? How was your stream, Lordy? It's good to see you. Welcome back. Yeah. And Helix Fossil says, I use waterproof boots because I fossil hunt in water-filled road cuts and along and within rivers. There you go. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. One of these days, I'll get myself a pair of waders or something. But I've never really had need for that, apart from, like, crossing rivers and stuff. And there you go, Brandington, yeah. Yeah. But, yeah. Yeah. And most of ours are on the beaches. Ah, Kirsten, yeah. You can agree with the boots? Yeah. And, I mean, what I really like about these boots is that... Where'd that go? There we go. These have excellent, excellent ankle support. So I've never... Well, only once have I ever, like, turned an ankle while wearing these. And it was my own darn fault. But excellent ankle support. And also, if you are in an area where you've got to maybe think about venomous snakes, they're most likely to strike you around your ankle or your calf. And so having taller boots certainly helps. A snake is not going to bite through this. These are 8-inch boots, so they're fairly tall, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And that's smart, Kirsten, yeah. Yeah. It's a good idea to have. Like, these are... Think of it as safety equipment. And also for self-confidence, necromancy. There you go. Yeah. And garter snakes? Yeah, garter snakes they're sweetie pies, Kirsten. You don't gotta worry about them. Yeah. Brikachu, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you. Yeah. And Gaboon Viper. Luckily, I've never done any field work in an area with any Gaboon Vipers. Snowfall. Yeah. Yeah. Knee-high Converse boots. Well, those are gonna be pretty thin, Brandington, yeah. They're not like these. These are, like, at least half an inch or 5/8 of an inch thick. Around the ankles and everything. There's a lot of support, a lot of padding. So, yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Rahab. Yes, indeed. Yeah. They're from the country of Gabon, aren't they? Yeah. Probably other countries, too, but they're probably named after the nation of Gabon. Mosh pit viper, sociopathogen, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Any other questions you got, Kirsten? Don't be afraid to ask. You're trying to find field gear and stuff like that. Most of my field gear is military surplus stuff, you know? I find it's inexpensive, it's durable, it's usually relatively easy to find, and it lasts a long time, and... Did I say inexpensive? It's inexpensive and it's cheap. Well, it's inexpensive without feeling cheap, maybe. Most of the time. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. How about hand tools is okay to play? It depends what what kind of rock you're working. So, like, when I'm in the field, I'm working with mudstone and sandstone for the most part. And so I've got, you know, a rock hammer. You know, let me go get my tool bag. Actually, no, it's packed away in the closet right now, and I'd have to move the exercise bike and the screen print press and other stuff. But I can show you pictures. I happen to have an Estwing Supreme 12-ounce chisel-edged rock pick. Or rock hammer. Yeah, it looks like this. And no, it doesn't look like that. It looks like this. There you go. Oh, that's a 20-ounce. I've got a 12-ounce. That's it right there. Yeah. Though mine does not look this shiny. And I got mine long enough ago where it doesn't have the little yellow butt on the proximal end. Yeah, it's just blue all the way through. But anyway, it's not, well, these are, I think, geologist hammers, aren't they? What do they call this? Rock pick hammer. Yeah. There are some that are designed specifically for geological work. I don't know if this is designed for geological work. I suspect it is, but it might also be used in stonemasonry. I don't know. But Estwing does make a couple of other things that are really useful. So one thing that came in really handy last year is the Estwing Geo-Paleo Rock Pick. Or what we used to call super picks at Museum of the Rockies. That's what Denver called them, at least. Looks like this. And I would show you this too, but it's also packed away in the closet right now. But yeah, it's big. You know, it's like this tall. Like that. And yeah, you know, you get a couple of crew members who know how to use this really well. And that it's better than like a, you know, a tractor or something. You can really move a lot of rock with something like this. I have moved literally probably dozens of tons of rock over the course of a summer with this and a shovel and occasionally some buckets. So yeah. It's more of a pick than a hammer, but it's called the Geo-Paleo pick. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Because it's used by geologists and paleontologists. Yeah, it's good stuff. And man, that is way more than I paid for mine. Holy cow. They may have gone up in price. 26 inches long overall length. Yeah, it's got this nice, like, blue powder coating on it. The Geo-Paleo pick. Mine... yeah, I let some other crew members borrow it for some geochronological work last summer. It's actually the same day that I was streaming when I had to stand in one place last summer because if I stepped 1 meter in one direction or 1 meter in the other, we would lose signal. So I just basically had to stand in one place and turn around in circles or rotate in place while I was streaming. Some of you remember that day. But that was the day where I let Jim and Ethan and Dawn borrow this, and they were collecting some ash samples to take back to a geochronology lab and get some radiometric dates. And somehow in that process there was little bits of gravel or something that made their way underneath the handle here, and now there's like tiny little pieces of gravel that'll run up and down this like a rain stick. When you turn it this way, it'll go. Yeah. So I should probably remove that and get those out of there. It's not like it's gonna hurt anything, but it's just like, I don't need that. A rain pick. There you go, Claire. How you doing, by the way, Claire? It's good to see you. Yeah. So yeah. Interesting tools for your work. That's the thing, okay, to play, is that like most of the tools that we use in field paleontology, when we're digging up dinosaurs at least, they were not designed for digging up dinosaurs. That is maybe... shoot, that might be the only one that I have that's specifically designed for geology or paleontology work. Is that right there? But, yeah. Here we go. Take a look at this. This is another piece of equipment that we use, called a feed scoop. And take a guess, chat. What do you think we might use this for in the field? Very important piece of equipment while we're quarrying. While we're actually, you know, digging up a dinosaur. At close range. Not kitty litter necromancy. Not sand. Not poop. Not ice. Sifting through dirt? Oh, kind of. Not scooping that morning oatmeal. Lenina, we don't eat that much oatmeal. Holy cow. Well, we had some great guesses here. We do use it for plaster, okay, to play all day, but that's, it's a secondary use. We've got them lying around, so we'll use them for scooping plaster when we're mixing plaster. But, usually when we're at a site and we're, you know, we're digging up a dinosaur, we're digging very carefully. I wonder if I can show you a clip of that, actually. I think maybe... Let's see. Yeah, that'll work. Take a look.
This bone or these bones over here.
There's a feed scoop right there.
Trench around it and get
See?
A deep section so we can jack it over it and put plaster and take it out safely. But when you run into bone like this, you're gonna have to make a wider area. You're gonna have to find out if it's connected to something over here. So it really just depends. Oh,
yep.
Every day I found bone. Not always.
So it basically is like temporary holding area. A scoop like this, when we're using little hand tools to kind of dig through and remove some of the surrounding rock from the bone. So here's a bone right there. That might be a tib or a scap or something. Looks more like a scapula, actually. Anyway, we're removing little bits of rock like this. We're kind of gently prying them off with oyster knives or with ice picks or awls, or screwdrivers if you don't care about what kind of tool you use. I don't like using screwdrivers. Very imprecise. But anyway, yeah, so we're taking those little bits of rock, and it's not like we're just chucking them over our shoulder, because you never know, there might be a little bit of bone that came off of that, or maybe there's like the end of a tooth that you find later, and you go, oh shoot, where was that piece of rock that I just removed? You know, if you just threw it over your shoulder, you'd be out of luck. So that's why when we're digging very carefully like this, when we're right up against the bone, we first put all of the pieces of rock that we remove into a scoop like this. And if you want to be real careful, before you go empty the scoop into a spoils pile, you'll go and you'll pick through and you'll make sure there's no bone in there. And then you'll do that. So it's like, you know, think of this as like the recycle bin on your desktop, you know? You don't just go willy-nilly deleting files left and right, because what if you actually need one of those? Think of the scoop as like your desktop recycle bin. You can still restore those files if you need to, if they're still in there, you know? So yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. So like a dump truck. It's your tiny dump truck. I mean, kind of, Claire, but I don't know. I like to think of it as like it's a recycle bin. Yeah.
Area, you're gonna have to find out if it's connected to something over here. So it really just depends. Oh, every day I found bone.
Oh yeah.
Not always big bone. Sometimes it's little like chunks over here that aren't really connected.
So you want to make sure you've got a clean surface.
I haven't found a femur or anything, but
that's how it works.
You find bone a lot once you figure out what it looks like, at least. The bone is really fragile when you first find it, so the glue is it's really like you drop it on, and when it dries, it hardens the plastic inside, and so it keeps the bone from crumbling and makes it
yeah. To work around it. Anyway, and then of course we map and jacket the fossils too. Oh yeah. Anyway, and she was her name Jessica? I never met her, but she was a volunteer there. She'd been there for like a week or two before this video, so she learned really fast. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, and Einem, how are you doing? Welcome back. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I hope that makes sense. And Nineyear, thank you for the hydrate there. Let me get some water. And then let's talk briefly about Eryctodromeus. I happened to find another video there, and I actually need to get in contact with LJ. Maybe we can even interview him. But we talked about this on Friday, Idaho potentially getting an official state dinosaur? I'll watch a video about that in a minute. Yeah. And drinking water is a thing. Yes, absolutely, Brandington. Yes, indeed. I try and do it often. But here we go. Yeah.
A fourth grade class might go down.
Oop. So we were talking about this. Shoot, this tweet that I did on Friday got a lot of attention. Where was that? Oh, there's LJ replying right there. LJ wants to find a Ceratosaurus. Yeah, that's LJ Krumanacker, whom we're just about to talk about. But, yeah. Snowfall.
Wixie Fox 1, Wixie Fox 2, 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 Wixie
Thank you, Snowfall. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. For those 600 bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Incredible, Snowfall. Thank you for your support. 600 for Tammy and the tier. Exactly, Lenina, yeah. I don't really have a key for the bits amounts, do I? Maybe I should make a key for that. Yeah. It's a double triple? I know, right, Clever? Good stuff. Yeah. Keep the science flowing. Yes. Yes, Snowfall. The science must flow. Thank you, Snowfall, for helping it do so. Appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah. But we were talking about Eryctodromius, and where was that tweet? Man, there's been a lot since then. Shoot. Shoot, it would make more sense if I would just go to this and then scroll down on my...
Every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago.
McVada, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Every bone we find does tell us something about what the world used to be like. Thank you, McVada. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. So this is on Friday. I was tweeting about this. The state government of Idaho is voting on whether it'll adopt a state dinosaur, but which one? Well, Eryctodromius. And friend and colleague LJ Krumanacker, interviewee here on Paleontologizing, and former crewmate of mine, I guess. He is kind of leading the charge on this. So let's have ourselves a look. There's what, I think 14 states that currently have a state dinosaur, plus the District of Columbia. Idaho is voting on theirs.
A fourth grade class might go down in history. Eyewitness News 3's Kaylee Gallavy shows us why they are pushing for a state dinosaur.
Yeah.
24 of the 50 states have even found dinosaur fossils. So we're pretty unique in Idaho. We want to be the 17th state to have officially adopted a dinosaur as a
17 sounds too high. I think it's like 14. So they'd be the 15th. But anyway, yeah.
At Yukon Elementary School, Joel Walton's fourth grade class had been learning about Idaho's state emblems. They found we didn't have a state dinosaur.
The state has all kinds of symbols like vegetable and insect and horse. And we're hoping that they'll adopt a new symbol, a dinosaur.
Yeah, they do have a state bird, I'm sure, already. So yeah, there you go. Necromancy. Is Idaho's state bird the mountain bluebird? It's appropriate. I don't know. Bluebirds are kind of overdone, though. I feel like there's other states that also have the mountain bluebird, but I could be wrong. Anyway, birds are indeed dinosaurs. It should be their official state non-avian dinosaur. But they're not gonna do that. I don't know. They're just gonna say dinosaur. But yeah.
They just didn't know which dinosaur would be a perfect fit until they reached out to Idaho State University and asked if they had a preference.
There's LJ.
They had a preference. They knew exactly which dinosaur they'd choose to be our state symbol if they had one. Eryctodromius.
Yeah.
Eryctodromius is only found in Idaho and southwesternmost Montana.
Yep,
The reason
there's
why
LJ.
we do it as a state dinosaur is because it's the best known dinosaur from Idaho.
Yep.
It's a happy little dinosaur.
It's a solid choice.
It's known as the digging runner for its speed and...
They're the only burrowed dinosaurs in history.
Not the only burrowing dinosaur. As hopefully we will find out very soon once some stuff gets published. Some stuff that maybe I was working on at some point. Yeah, it is the first published burrowing dinosaur.
Mr. Walton started pushing for a state dinosaur with his class last year and hopes it comes to fruition with his students this year. They have done a lot of research, which is why they think
Look
the
at this
Eryctodromius
beautiful,
is the best fit.
beautiful 3D printed skeleton of Eryctodromius right here. Really, really nice. And I recognize this. I'm pretty sure this is the same exact one that LJ has, like, in his house. I think he brought it along with him for this. So yeah. This is property of LJ Krumenacker because it's a 3D print, you know? Yeah, same color. Yeah, there you go, Claire.
They have done a lot of research, which is why they think the Eryctodromius is the best fit.
Our class right now is learning about it, and all we've been trying to do is look forward to it becoming our state dinosaur. We found like 15 or more full skeletons, and it's the size of a golden retriever.
And we have been working really hard to motivate other people to get it as
Good for them.
Dinosaur. The class has
Salute
reached out
to
to
these
Senator
kids.
Kevin Cook, who shared their excitement.
Yeah.
He is now preparing to introduce a bill to adopt the Eryctodromius as Idaho's state dinosaur.
I didn't really think it would ever happen this far, but I'm glad it has.
Mr. Walton says we could start seeing representation as soon as this year. Reporting in Yukon, I'm Kaylee Gall.
So that's so cool. Congrats to LJ there. I wonder if there's been any other coverage, because this just popped up in my feed today. Let's see. I think that might be it, but if you want to see a... well, shoot. This is what we were looking at on Friday.
To the conclusion, Idaho deserves its own designated dinosaur. So they put together a professional packet of pleas, drawings, asking for the latest in a line of gem state symbols to be a dinosaur.
Very cool. So yeah, anyway.
Find them here. I think it would be absolutely fascinating if students here at Yukon Elementary School into the future could say, we were part of that, we helped that happen, and just celebrate this new state symbol. I know, it would just be absolutely thrilling.
Very cool.
Well, after the motion was seconded by the self-proclaimed oldest dinosaur on the committee, he said it himself, that would be Senator Chuck Winder. Senate Bill 1127 was printed and awaits a full hearing in the Senate State Affairs Committee. Dr. Krumenacker, says it's about time Idaho has a state dinosaur. Only 14 others do, and it's a great way to get kids excited about science. And as Mr. Walton found out, it's also a great way to teach kids about civics, both of which Senator Cook said is a great example of what our public schools are doing for our kids.
There you go. Yeah. And holy cow, Maro, thank you for those 2 gift subs. I appreciate that very much, Maro. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that, Maro. Look, we're now at 20 out of 40. We're halfway to our sub goal today. Although we're going to be running out of time. Shoot. Thank you, Maro. Really appreciate your support. There's now 2 people who will not have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. Plus, they'll get those emotes. So thank you for your generosity and your support. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. It really does mean a lot to me. Good stuff. Very good stuff. And that was Gertie the dinosaur, aberrantologist. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyway. Speaking of Eryctodromius, let's see if I can find that little bit of LJ's TEDx talk. TEDx Idaho Falls. Oh boy, that tremendous metropolis that is Idaho Falls, Idaho. And here's LJ himself.
Okay. One thing we all do is we ask questions. Those of you who have kids know that kids especially are going to ask an awful lot of questions. I was around 8 to 9 years old. I was on a Boy Scout hike out in Wolverine Canyon just outside of town here, and I happened to find my first fossil. With a little bit of investigation, I found that this fossil was from a little animal that lived in an ocean that covered Idaho more than 300 million years ago.
Pretty cool.
It excited me then, and I still find it exciting that this little animal that lived right where we stand now lived in what was also essentially an alien world so long ago.
Very neat.
Ever since I found that fossil, I've had the question, who was here before? I don't mean regarding people. I mean what animals were here 10, 100, 500 million years ago. In pursuit of this question, as soon as I was old enough to drive, I took my little Geo Metro all over the mountains of eastern Idaho. I collected trilobites.
Anybody here ever driven a Geo Metro?
Collected other ocean-dwelling fossils in the Blackfoot Mountains, out at Mackey Reservoir, along the Blackfoot River. I collected plants near salmon. I never quite got rid of the fossil bug. When I started at Idaho State University as an undergraduate, I found that one big question regarding the fossil history of Idaho was what dinosaurs we had here in Idaho. Everything that was known then, most of what we know now, comes from a layer of rock called the Wayan Formation.
Yeah.
About 95 to 100 million years old. It's named after the metropolis of Wayan out in Caribou County.
Somebody look up what is the population of Wayan, Idaho? W-A-Y-A-N, Wayan. What's Wayan's population?
Years old. It's named after the metropolis of Wayan out in Caribou County. It occurs in eastern Bonneville and Caribou County. Unfortunately, most of the fossils that were had then when I started at ISU were very fragmentary and very few. There was maybe 2 dozen.
Population 21. Very much a like Rocky Mountain region small town. 21 people, yeah. There you go. Yeah. At a median age of 71.6. So, yeah. Barring something dramatic, it looks like Wayan's population might continue to decline. Yowza. Yeah. Holy moly. And Bat Medler says, I delivered pizza in a Godfather's owned Geo Metro. Really? Not even a radio, so I ended up singing a lot to entertain myself. My first car didn't have a radio either. But that was my car. Anyway, it used to be my grandmother's car on my mom's side. Anyway, I could tell you all kinds of stories. But yeah, I ended up installing a radio. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Call Me Dut. Yes, if anybody here wants to see that, by the way. If you'd like to see my comically brief and unfortunately not safe to show on stream, like not PG appearance in the Streamer Awards. Yeah, Claire says, I was not pleased with where they stuck you. I mean, I'm not going to show it on stream, but there's the link right there. You can click it, and you can watch it. But, yeah. It really is like a blink and you miss it thing, too. It's like, shoot. I was on stream for, let's see, the 22nd, yeah, literally a quarter second, probably. Yeah, I think it really is like a fraction of a second. Anywho, yeah. But I'm told that the person who shows up immediately after that quarter second is exceedingly popular on Twitch. She's one of the biggest streamers on here, so people are saying I'm in good company there, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But, you know, I'm happy to have been on there at all. Next year, let's get a science category. And then we can sweep that. How about it? That transition was bold, says Iacane. It was a little crass, in my opinion, but... Oh, and the narration, I mean, was crass. That transition, yeah. I don't know. It's like... I don't know. I'm lucky that I appeared at all, you know? I can't complain about that, but the fact that I can't show it on stream is, like, really funny to me. So yeah. Anyway, let's,
They consisted of isolated eggshell fragments, a few isolated bones, and two
before LJ, this is, you know, the dinosaur material that was known from Idaho.
partial dinosaur tails that you see right there. The problem is, even with this modest abundance of Idaho dinosaurs, only 2 of these fossils were actually identifiable to a specific sort of dinosaur. They didn't tell us a lot.
You're good, Kaya. Thanks for being here.
You see those 2 fossils right there. 2 teeth, no bigger than your thumbnail, both from plant-eating dinosaurs. The one on the left from an animal called a nodosaur with the spikes. The one on the right from an animal called an iguanodont.
Yeah, iguanodonts.
So I made the goal there as an undergrad at ISU.
Iguanodonts.
To find out more about Idaho
yes,
dinosaurs.
Indeed.
First, how do you go about looking for a dinosaur? It's not like you see in the movies. You don't go out and randomly dig a pit.
Yeah.
First, you need to find rocks of the right type. You need rocks made from mud, sand, or silt that could have buried a dinosaur when it wandered too close to a river during a flood or died out in a floodplain. Also, you need rocks of the right age. If you're looking for dinosaurs, that would mean rocks that are around 66 to 225 million years old. Very importantly, you need permission. You can't just randomly go out and pick up dinosaurs wherever you please. You'll get in a lot of trouble if you do that.
Yeah.
Also, you need to be persistent. It's not easy to find a fossil. Part of this involves what I call the calibrated eye. What I mean by the calibrated eye is you have a mental search image of whatever it is that you're looking for, and you expect that you know what it looks like. As an example, on the left of the slide there, you'll see a bunch of rocks. I took this picture out in the desert of eastern Utah. There's nothing fancy there. I wouldn't blame you for walking right past it. However, if you're a paleontologist, you're going to have an eye calibrated for fossil bone. You might notice those blue rocks you see interspersed among the others.
Yeah.
Sometimes fossil bone is blue. I better have a closer look. You might pick it up, see that those rocks have a spongy texture, just like bone marrow, and you'll realize, oh, there's actually fossil bone scattered.
There's some bone there. Yeah.
Also, if you think of dinosaurs, stereotypically, they're ridiculously large, so you're going to look for big bones, like you see on the right there underneath my hammer.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Idaho is not a dinosaur hunter's paradise.
No, definitely not.
One of the main problems that we have is the lack of exposed rock. You see on the top of the slide there.
Lots of grass. Lots of
County,
trees.
where I do a lot of my hunting. You probably noticed there isn't any rock. That's a problem. Almost all the rock is overgrown with vegetation. The few outcrops we do have, you see the best example I know of there on the bottom, has actually produced, even though it's just a small area, just about 5 dinosaur skeletons.
Yeah, pretty cool. Necromancy says, I was not blessed with an eye for bones. I mean, it's not really something you're born with. I mean, unless you have really bad eyesight. Yeah, some people, you know, eyesight is not their forte, you know? But just about anybody, I think, could be trained to find fossils. It's more about practice, you know? It's about the time that you spend trying to develop that calibrated eye, you know? It's something that, man, shoot, when it was my first summer in the field, I was not good at finding dinosaurs yet, at all. It took me like a solid while to actually figure out how to identify bone in the field. It's not something that, you know, unless you're really lucky and you happen to stumble across something that's super obvious, you know, to find the small things, the fiddly little things, it takes some real practice, you know? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And you've got a funny story about this? Tell us, Kirsten Games. Tell us. Yeah.
So we know the rock's really productive, we just wish there wasn't as many plants.
Yeah.
Even though we don't have a lot of rock exposed, we know what Idaho was like about 100 million years ago. If we could travel back in time and step out of the auditorium here and look off to the west, you'd see a low range of mountains, nothing too different. We'd be standing on a gently inclined floodplain, again, not too different. The fun starts, if you were to go about 20, 30 miles east, you'd be on beachfront property.
Yep.
You'd encounter what's called the Western Interior Seaway.
The WIS. We talk about this all the time.
If you're lucky, you'd probably get eaten by something swimming in the water.
Yeah.
Now, when I started ISU looking for dinosaurs, just like previous workers, I didn't have a lot of luck. The first few years, I found fragments of bone hinting at various animals, but absolutely nothing that could tell me what the actual animal was. However, finally, on the hillside you see pictured on the right,
very nice.
Myself started to hit pay dirt, and I found my first identifiable Idaho dinosaur. And
very
I brought
nice.
that bone to show you guys. Let me fish it out here. This vertebra is from the base of the tail of a large sauropod dinosaur.
That's not it.
And actually, I'm messing with you. This is from Wyoming. This is totally irrelevant to what I'm talking about.
He's making a point. Idaho's dinosaurs tend to be smaller. Yeah.
Is we actually have something pretty special regarding our Idaho dinosaurs. They're all pocket size. You see this bone right here? Fits in my pocket, like I said. Actually, this animal is what's called an eryctodromeus.
Yep.
Oops.
There we go. Beautiful.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's the most common Idaho dinosaur. It's very small. Small dinosaurs are usually very rare. We've probably found about 10 to 12 skeletons of this animal, a lot of isolated bones. There's two reasons this animal is very special as far as dinosaurs go.
Here we go. Eryctodromeus. This is why I'm showing this to you.
First known burrowing dinosaurs. Specimens found out in Bonneville County, Caribou County, and some of the first specimens actually found out near Lima Peaks, just inside Montana, were found inside fossilized burrows. You can see an example there on the right.
Pretty cool. So that's the actual fossil burrow right there. See how it's a different color from the surrounding rock? And that's because this dinosaur was, you know, kind of living in a floodplain environment, and you know, they're kind of living, they like to hang out near areas where you've got decent soils, what we call paleosols. But then during a flooding event, some river or something overflowed its banks, and it just dumped a bunch of mud into this, which hardened into mudstone. So luckily, this isn't a burrow that just squashed flat. You know, it didn't just collapse. It got filled in by a different kind of sediment. And that's why you've got this blob right here with all of the dinosaur's bones inside, is because this was a burrow that got filled in by mud. Really, really cool. If it hadn't been a different kind of sediment that filled in there, we wouldn't have known that this is a burrow. You know? We got really lucky. I guess these dinosaurs got very unlucky in the sense that they got, you know, drowned in mud that, you know, flowed into their burrow. But, yeah, we got very lucky, and now, you know, they can hopefully live again as Idaho's state dinosaur. Pretty cool.
Second reason this animal's important, we actually know that it cared for its kiddos.
Yeah.
In some of these burrows where we have skeletons of the adults, we've also found skeletons of some of the unfortunate kids.
Yeah.
Erycto's not very big. He's about 11 feet long, 7 feet of that being tail. And he's about collie-sized. I'll show you an example of a skull here, too.
Size of a collie dog.
So you can see he's not a very big animal.
Yeah, look at that little skull.
It's interesting that when we...
Hendrick says, what caused the sudden influx of mud? Probably a flooding event. You know, a lot of rain can cause, rivers to overflow their banks, and then you get a lot of sediment that gets deposited. This is on areas that we call floodplains. So, here, let's see. Maybe I can find you... some video of this. Shoot, this just happened a day ago. This was yesterday. South of me, south of the San Francisco Bay Area. And of course, because I live in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Hello, everyone. It's actually supposed to rain here, like, pretty hard tonight. We're getting another atmospheric river coming in. Our second one in a week. Yeah. And south of us in Monterey County, this is what's been happening.
Monterey County, where a levee was breached, flooding the community of Pajaro. This is in northern Monterey County, right next to Nashville. Streets, homes, businesses, and schools are all underwater. Da Men joins us now live. Da, exactly where are you relative to the breach?
Not too far. I'm in the city of Watsonville because all the access routes for the community of Pajaro are either shut down or flooded. This bridge here is also shut down, and right now the only folks who can cross and go into the community of Pajaro are those who are doing search and rescue operations.
Yeah.
An entire farming community under feet of water. Drone footage shows the widespread flooding in Pajaro. Streets, cars, homes, businesses, and schools submerged. Authorities say it's caused by this levee breach roughly 3 miles east of Pajaro.
There you go.
Time to evacuate. Water is coming.
First responders started evacuating people late Friday night. Firefighters also announced the evacuation order in Spanish, since a majority of the roughly 1,700 residents are Spanish-speaking farm workers.
Yep. That's the thing, is that usually in areas where you've got levees like that are prone to breaking, it's not wealthy people who have their properties right there next to a precarious levee. It's working folks. It's, like poor people, basically. We tend to live in areas that are more affordable like that, and they're more affordable because, these areas are priced lower because they're more dangerous, Oh, yeah. And let's see. They got the excavators to do all the hard work, so they didn't have to. Interesting, Kirsten Games. Well, you've got a different way of doing things in the UK, right? Which comes with its own problems. I could tell you about that. With the excavation of baryonyx, for instance.
Bilingual workers were also going door to door to get people out.
He started to cry a little bit, the little one, and my other little siblings, they started
Don't tease him.
18-year-old Christian Garcia and his family were sleeping when the loud fire trucks woke them.
Oh, Canada. Oh, never mind, Kirsten. Shoot. That's why you said province, huh? I'm sorry, Kirsten. Yeah. Well, interesting. Excavators. Huh. Yeah.
It didn't feel real because the sirens, everything. Everything's in a rush.
Christian's family and his uncle's family live in one house. They packed up and left.
Pretty chaotic. I'm sad.
At least my family is safe now. Yeah, we're safe. And my neighbors.
Monterey County officials.
Look at that. So this is the footage that we're looking at here. So this is a levee break, and when a levee like this breaks, or when a river overflows its banks, it carries a lot of sediment with it. If you imagine that these were dinosaurs that are living in a, dinosaurs like our Eryctodromius here, right up there, or right here. These are critters that are digging their burrows into soil, usually somewhere near a river. It's going to be in a pretty productive area where they can find a lot of food, they can find fresh water, but every once in a while, maybe every 100 or every few hundred or every few thousand years, you might get a big rain event. It's like you just have storm after storm after storm, especially up in the mountains, because the Rocky Mountains were starting to push up at this time. And you get storms up in the mountains, and suddenly you can have all this water rushing down, and it makes the rivers overflow their banks, and then suddenly, whoosh, you know, you get 100-year or 1,000-year flood. And what would normally, on any, you know, usual day be a wonderful place to have a burrow, suddenly you're being swamped by water, and then the whole thing just gets filled in by mud. That's what happened to these dinosaurs. And that's what happens in flood zones all over the world. I mean, this is something that, when I was in college, my geomorphology professor would talk about this all the time. Like, you know, if she would say to us, like, hey, if any of you, because we're all, you know, going to be academics, she's like, if any of you ever become homeowners in the future, I know that's like an ever-receding goal for most people nowadays, but if you ever have the chance to buy a home, she says, please, please, please look at flood zone maps beforehand.
I imagine the mammals would still be small creatures like this, living in the nooks and crannies of
Space
their world,
Buff.
and we wouldn't be here.
Thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Space Buff, if you ever become a homeowner, make sure that you check out flood zone maps if you happen to live in like a valley or an area that might be prone to flooding, you know? Yeah. Yeah, because unfortunately, folks, right now in Central California are dealing with this. Like, right now, as we speak.
Some residents could not get out in time.
Yeah.
California National Guard soldiers rescued dozens of people, including this
Holy
person
cow.
trapped in the car. First responders also rescued a woman and a little girl from a car that appeared to have been pushed off the road by floodwaters. Search and
Yeah.
rescue workers from Oakland used their boats to look for stranded residents.
From Oakland?
Many streets are under at least 2 to 3 feet of water.
It was
Wow.
like shocking, because I've never seen that. I've never seen that. It's shocking.
That's the thing, is that these things are not all that rare. So we as human beings are used to thinking in terms of like months or years or maybe decades, you know? We're not used to thinking in terms of centuries. But the landscapes, you know, that we live in, these landscapes formed over, you know, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. And if you're a geologist or a geomorphologist, or if you're somebody who studies the geosciences, the earth sciences, and you're trained in this, you can look at a landscape and go, oh yeah, shoot, that's a fault scarp. That's where a big part of this hill just sloughed off during the last earthquake, and that's why you've got a cliff right there. You know, yeah, this sort of training is really, really important. And when we, you know, look at dinosaurs like Eryctodromius, you know, there's its burrow right there. Be like, well, shoot, how did that get filled in? You know, how strange. Why would this dinosaur build its burrow near a flood zone? Why would people build houses on a floodplain? On top of flood sediments, you know? You can look at these rocks and you can figure out, oh shoot, these were deposited here during a flood just 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago. There, you can bet your boots there will be another flood that will occur like that, because this sort of environment produces that once every few hundred or few thousand years. You know? For the memes, duh, says Ike. There you go, yeah. They did it for the Graham. But yeah. And Gianmi says, we can figure that out. Yeah, as human beings, we can study, you know, the history of our surroundings and how these landscapes formed. These dinosaurs, they weren't about that. They couldn't do that. So yeah. We have the ability to save ourselves in the same way that we, as human beings, have the ability to save ourselves from climate change. If we'll just stop putting greenhouse gases up into the atmosphere and heating our planet, we can save ourselves. But are we smart enough to do that? Or rather, Are we smart enough to stop, you know, the people who are doing this? Wealthy folks, the people who run the economy, people who are in charge of carbon emissions. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know. It's looking bleak, folks. It's not looking good. We're smart enough, says SV Harkin. Well, maybe we're smart enough. But there's a lack of empathy. Yeah. Or urgency or courage or... Yeah. Coffee talk with paleontologist Danny Antuza. Yeah, Ayakane. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah. Really cool dinosaur, Eryctodromius, and yeah. Here's hoping that they're successful in pushing this through the Idaho State Senate, and they're actually, because I guess it already succeeded, went through the Idaho State House of Representatives in becoming the Idaho official state dinosaur. But let's see if there's been any updates about that. Yeah. Here we go. Proposed bill to designate Idaho's first state dinosaur receives bipartisan support. This was just posted 6 hours ago. Holy cow. Yeah. Very neat. The giant salamander may soon have to compete against a dinosaur for the title of the coolest Idaho state emblem. I didn't know that Idaho had a giant salamander as one of its state emblems. That's neat. A new measure working its way through the legislature would make the Eryctodromius the state's newest extinct representative. A small, fast-running bipedal dinosaur with short front limbs, strong legs, and a broad snout that could be used as a shovel, Eryctodromius lived in dens, not unlike the ones that hyenas dig for themselves today. A new bill seeks to make it Idaho's official state dinosaur. Senator Kevin Cook introduced the text on behalf of Idaho State University paleontologist L.J. Krumenacker and elementary school students who came well prepared to testify. Levi Herway, fourth grader attending Edgemont Gardens Elementary School in Idaho Falls, laid out 5 reasons for his support. 1. Idaho is the only state where a complete skeleton of Eryctodromius has been found. That is cool, he started off. That's true. 2. Eryctodromius raised their young. This is unique among dinosaurs. It's not unique among dinosaurs. We know we've got evidence for this from several other ornithischian dinosaurs. But anyway, in our community, strong families are very important. Yeah. So they can lift cars over their heads and, you know, bend parking meters in half and stuff like that. Strong families. Exactly. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah. Reasons 3, 4, and 5. Eryctodromius could curl into a ball. I mean, they were found dead, curled up into a ball in their burrows, so I suppose, yeah. I don't know. It's not like it can curl up like a hedgehog or a pangolin. That's not what that means. That's the only known dinosaur in the world to burrow in the ground? Not anymore, actually. Ooh, because we've got more now, but I can't talk about it yet. Yeah. And 17 other states in the country already have their own Jurassic mascot. That's not true. Not all of them. Hardly any of them are probably from the Jurassic period. They're probably mostly Cretaceous. But anyway, finding out it was also an herbivore, Senator Ben Chows had a follow-up question for Levi. I was wondering, and maybe someone else can help with this as well, if it's possible that this dinosaur may have actually eaten potatoes as part of its diet. Maybe something similar, Levi said. They probably did eat roots and stuff. Potatoes, of course, didn't exist at the time. Potatoes are flowering plants. But, yeah. I think there's a potential marketing connection between the Idaho Potato Commission and the state dinosaur if this passes. Senator Tiao's added. Okay. Anyway, Very cool. The bill received absolute bipartisan support. Unanimous! Ding, ding, ding. Yes. And it's headed to the Senate floor next. I actually have to talk to LJ and figure out when this is going to go up for a vote so that we can properly congratulate him if and when it passes. But, very exciting, you know? Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool indeed. Do we think we ate them baked or scalloped? Raw, Ayakin. Raw. Probably from the bottom up, underground, you know? No, I don't know. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Kirsten, yeah. Good stuff. So, big paleontologizing salute to those Idaho kids and paleontologist LJ Krumanacker. I sincerely hope that the Idaho State Senate smiles upon them and their endeavor to make Eryctodromeus the official state dinosaur of Idaho. Yeah. 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 Very cool. And now we've got one other item that I wanted to explore for today. And that is this right here, which popped up right before stream started. Dr. Tara, if you're still here, I would love to see some of those things that you found. What was it? Scutellosaurus is one of them? We could talk about those tomorrow. But, this just came out today. Earliest Triassic ichthyosaur fossils push back oceanic reptile origins, which is pretty neat. And this is an open access article. Before we get into that, we're going to do some background on this first. We're going to talk about ichthyosaurs. These remarkable, not dinosaurs, but ancient marine reptiles from, in this case, before the dinosaurs. So, here we go.
Around 250 million years ago, at the dawn of the Triassic period, a group of small terrestrial reptiles made a big lifestyle change. After millions of years of living on land, they dipped their limbs into the oceans and started on a new evolutionary journey. These were the earliest ichthyosaurs, which literally means fish lizards.
Lizards.
And their
Yes,
rise
indeed.
is remarkable because while they started out small, with the earliest known species being around a meter or less in length, they wouldn't stay that way for long. Within
They
just
got
a few
huge.
million years of taking to the
Enormous.
water, a blink of an eye in evolutionary time, the group produced a giant, Symbospondylus youngorum, a
Yeah.
enormous ichthyosaur around the size of a modern sperm whale. Its rapid evolution marked a new era
These are
in
not-
the oceans, one that continues to
These are not good illustrations. They're really, Symbospondylus. You can do so much better than this. I mean, shoot, let's... They probably couldn't find one that... Oh, come on. Google images. Images. They probably couldn't find one that was, like, free to use. But, there's a much better Symbospondylus. There's a gorgeous one. The one there at the bottom. The kind of brown one. Symbospondylus right there. Very, very nice. By, Gabriel Ugueto. I think one of today's leading paleo artists. Very talented guy. These are such cool animals, and they got big. Holy cow. So yeah.
Its rapid evolution marked a new era in the oceans, one that continues to this day.
And hang on a minute, Reverend of Twitch. Aww. Look at all those chickens, Reverend of Twitch, and thank you for the 5 months of support there. I appreciate that very, very much, Reverend of Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Great stuff. An aberrantologist, I agree. Yeah, Ian's does use some pretty questionable illustrations. Aberrantologist knows their stuff. Yeah, it's great to have you here. How did you find the channel? I would love to know. How did you arrive here? How do we get quality viewers like yourself? But yeah. Thank you, Reverend of Twitch, for the 5 months of support. I appreciate you tremendously. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 5 months. Thank you. Yeah. And whoops, I skipped this around a little bit. Here we go. Yeah.
Evolution marked a new era in the oceans, one that continues to this day, an era of giants.
Ocean giants,
See, it isn't just the earliest known giant ichthyosaur, it's the earliest known giant animal, period. As far as we know, no animal, either on land or in the oceans, had ever gotten so big before. So
Very
what drove
cool.
Symbospondylus to grow to such unprecedented size at breakneck speed?
What did cause that? And was it really breakneck speed? Or does it turn out ichthyosaurs actually go back further in time than we thought? I wonder if this paper, which I have not yet read, I just found it right before we started the stream, I wonder if this might push back against that idea a little bit and go, you know what? Maybe it took ichthyosaurs a while to get super big. But yeah. Aberrant says, someone recommended your stuff to me, and now I'm here. Oh, thank you to that person. Yeah, Aberrantologist, it's wonderful to have you here. Yeah.
Well, ironically enough, the sudden rise and revolutionary success of the giant ichthyosaurs began with a global ecological catastrophe.
Yeah, the end Permian extinction. Ah!
Now, the origin of the ichthyosaurs is still pretty mysterious. Most modern analyses place them in the larger group that includes crocodilians, snakes, lizards, birds, and turtles. But we're not exactly sure where in that...
They used to be considered euryapsids, not diapsids, but euryapsids, which I think might be now considered like a wastebasket group. But, yeah, anyway. Oh, and thank you, Aberrant. Hey, I appreciate that. I've been doing this for a while now, so hopefully that practice has paid off. But it's wonderful having you here, Aberrant. Yeah. Anyway, when I was a kid, looking at like diagrams of different types of reptiles with the different holes in their skull, diapsids, you've got the two major fenestrae behind the eye, the postorbital and then the temporal fenestra, and I think that's what diapsid refers to. But ichthyosaurs were considered euryapsids back then, which I think that group might not even be recognized anymore.
That family tree they fit. But one thing we do know for sure is that when they first invaded the
All right,
ocean,
see you, Kirsten. Enjoy. Thanks for being here.
Apocalyptic world. Just a few million years earlier, around 252 million years ago, the planet had been hit by the biggest mass extinction in its history. The one at the end of the Permian period, often called the Great Dying. It was probably driven by the sudden release of greenhouse gases from massive volcanic eruptions, creating environmental chaos around the world. Rising temperatures, ocean acidification, and other rapid global changes led to the loss of around 70% of terrestrial species
Nuts.
and up to 96% of marine species by some estimates. But as devastating as the Great Dying was, it
And Schrodinger's Donut says, concerning CO2 emissions, I mean, that's probably what caused the Great Dying was CO2 emissions and methane emissions, too. Like, largely from volcanic eruptions, but, yeah. Also, like, basically a bunch of subterranean methane being released by volcanic eruptions, too. And they have led to runaway, like, temperature rises, global warming, ocean acidification, like you see right here. The end Permian extinction, we might be kind of recreating those conditions now through emitting carbon into the atmosphere on an industrial scale like we've been doing for the past, 200 years. So yeah, except, well, the Permian extinction took literally like millions of years. We might be recreating the same thing in like 100 years, 200 years. Really, really scary. Anyway, let's see. Schrodinger's Donut. Yes, please post a link. Yeah. Because it's directly relevant to this,
new species by some estimates. But as devastating as the Great Dying was, it reset the planet's ecosystems.
Yeah, hopefully we're not in the midst of doing the same thing. But, let's see. Here, let's take a look at this. And yeah, it would take India and China so long to reach where the United States is at or has been for 100 years. It's, yeah, thank you for posting this. Schrodinger's, yeah. I mean, the thing is, we need global drawdowns in carbon emissions if we want to save ourselves as a species. Take it from me as a paleontologist, you know? We do not want to Permian extinction ourselves again. Holy cow. Yeah. Because it really did reset the Earth, you know? Like, there were all of these dominant creatures on, like, Gorgonopsians and all kinds of other, like, cool synapsids and stuff like that. They were sitting high and mighty. They were sitting pretty. Ruling the Earth, all high and mighty. And then Permian extinction occurs. Entirely new groups of animals, take over after that.
But as devastating as the Great Dying was, it reset the planet's ecosystems in a way that mass extinctions often do, wiping the biological slate clean, allowing the survivors to take center stage. And as the planet gradually recovered, ichthyosaurs were able to quickly establish themselves as key players in the new Mesozoic era, thanks to their taste in prey. One of the fastest marine groups to bounce back from the Great Dying seems to have been the ammonoids. Despite being hit hard initially, they recovered so quickly that within 1 to 2 million years, they were actually more diverse than they'd been before the mass extinction. An ancient group of small, eel-like jawless
conodonts.
called conodonts were also common in the waters of the early Triassic. They seem to have been one of the few marine groups to make it through the extinction relatively unscathed.
Conodonts doing like a pog face right there. You don't miss the conodonts, Schrodinger? I don't. Is this scared or excited or enthusiastic? How would you describe this expression, chat? What do you think? What would you say our conodont? What emotion are they feeling right there? You know, it's the new PogChamp, Nuridan. Disgusting. Too much coffee. Constantly screaming. Just Strappy Jenkins. Pognodont. There you go, aberrantologist. Terrified, derp, constipated, meep. Shocked, scared, hungry. Yeah, you know, a Monday. Yeah, there's another one that looks amazing. Post a link, Claire. We want to see it. We want to see it. Yeah, there you go, you know? Yeah. It almost looks like a Pepe frog or something, you know? Yeah. And they are jawless. Are they jawless? Let's look up conodonts real quick. I know they've got little toothy things, but I don't know if they've got, like, jaws that move, you know? Conodonts. Yeah. There we go. They are jawless vertebrates resembling eels. Classified in class Conodonta. They got their own class. Conodonts got some real class there. Yeah. But they're cool because for a long time we didn't know what the heck they were. Because all we had were these like tooth plates like this. This is all that we had from them. So it's like, what in the world do these animals look like? Do they look like fishes? Do they look like worms? Did they have legs? Like, yeah. It was a big mystery for a long time, you know? Yeah. First found in 1856. Yeah, it was only in the early 1980s that the first fossil evidence of the rest of the animal was found. See below. Yeah, but in the 1990s, exquisite fossils found in South Africa, in which the soft tissue had been converted to clay, preserving even muscle fibers. The presence of muscles for rotating the eyes showed definitively that the animals were primitive vertebrates. Very cool. Conodonts, really, really interesting critters. And there's some models of some of these elements. Yeah. So they're like, yeah, they're little predators. Although some of them may have been filter feeders. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. Conodonts. Weird critters. Yeah. Neat stuff. And I'm sure there are so many mysteries still left for conodonts. How did they swim? What exactly did they eat? How diverse are they? How quickly did they evolve? All these other things. If you find this fascinating, you could do an entire paleontological career studying conodonts and make real progress on these critters and teach the world about them, you know? Paleontology is just full of opportunities like that. So many mysteries. We didn't even know what these animals looked like until the early 90s, you know? It took like almost 150 years after their discovery before we actually had any idea what they looked like, which is pretty cool. Yeah.
And the abundance of both of these groups during the planet's initial recovery period meant that, for the earliest ichthyosaurs, the open oceans were basically an unattended seafood buffet, one with lots of potential prey and few surviving competitors. And the fossil record shows that this opportunity was huge for them.
Yeah.
The remains of the gigantic Symbospondylus youngorum.
I really don't like this illustration. It makes it look like it's a pliosaur or something, like a short-necked plesiosaur. In fact, it almost looks like it's supposed to be, except for the tail. You know? Like, whoop, not that guy. Sorry. This is what I'm looking for here. Yeah. Much, much better illustration of Symbospondylus right here. Yeah.
From date to as little as just 3 million years after the appearance of the first smaller ichthyosaurs.
Yeah, that's nuts. I would not be surprised if their timeline gets pushed back further by this new publication today.
Now, for ichthyosaurs to have evolved such enormous proportions, 17 to 25 meters
Holy
long,
cow.
and upwards of 40 metric tons in this case,
Holy
in
moly.
such a short period of time is pretty exceptional, and Symbospondylus youngorum wasn't alone. While it was the first known giant ichthyosaur and the first giant animal in general, several other medium and large-sized ichthyosaurs have also been found at the Fossil Hill site in Nevada and elsewhere, dating to around the same time. So it looks like the shift towards large body sizes in ichthyosaurs happened in a sudden early burst. On land, it wouldn't be until the rise of sauropod dinosaurs over 40 million years later that the animal kingdom produced giants that could match the size and mass of Symbospondylus youngorum. In the ocean, no other group of amniotes would get that big until whales appeared. And while some parts of the evolutionary journeys of whales and ichthyosaurs are quite similar, like their terrestrial origins, overall body plans, and eventual gigantic size, that's really where the similarities end. Because as a group, the evolution of large body size in whales didn't happen in a sudden early burst as it did in ichthyosaurs.
Nope, took whales a long time.
It was a slow, gradual increase over a much longer time span. It took nearly 50 million years after first becoming aquatic for whales as a group to reach the sizes we see today. And although at least one genus of early whales
their teeth on. Gosh. Very derp. I mean, this is a good illustration. It's just what a derpy looking animal. Basilosaurus right here. Not a dinosaur. Basilosaurus is an Eocene whale. And we found fossils of it in Egypt to bring it back to Bahariasaurus and the critters we were talking about earlier. So yeah. Yeah. And Ambervic says, question, are/were there animals that have bones but aren't vertebrates? No. But there are creatures that are vertebrates, well, that don't have bones. If we're talking about bones as like an internal skeleton, I think all animals with an internal skeleton, what you would call bones, would be vertebrates. But some vertebrate animals, we can argue about whether or not they have bones. Like sharks. A lot of people say, oh, you know, sharks don't actually have bones. Well, they do. They're made out of cartilage, though. You know? But yeah. Yeah. And Iacane, me too. That's the majority of them, it seems. Iacane, yeah. Yeah. But are there creatures that have bones that are not vertebrates? I don't think so. I think every animal that has an internal skeleton is a vertebrate. If it's got bones. An internal skeleton made of bones, that'd be a vertebrate. Yeah. So yeah, good question there, Ambervix. Good question. Yeah. I don't see why also the ichthyosaurs could have not taken a long time like for cetaceans, says Gianmi. Well, cetaceans did take a really long time to get big. Ichthyosaurs seem to have been a lot quicker. Maybe because they didn't have much competition. It was like 90% of animals in the ocean had died. And so suddenly they get to, you know, they take to the seas and it's, you know, endless bounty for them to exploit, and they're able to take advantage of that real quick, you know?
While Bahariasaurus did manage to become huge faster than the rest, this outlier still took much longer than the ichthyosaurs to bulk up. More like 10 to 14 million years rather than as little as 3 million years. So what made the difference? Well, the biggest whales today are the baleen whales, a group that includes the blue whale, fin whale, and humpback whale, for example. These giants seem to have developed their impressive proportions by becoming filter-feeding specialists, eating huge amounts of tiny prey like krill and plankton.
Whereas ichthyosaurs were probably eating stuff like cephalopods, squid, fishes. Yeah, they probably weren't filter feeders. At least we have no evidence that they were filter feeding.
They've adapted to modern oceans that are highly productive.
There you go, Pendrake, yeah.
The lowest levels of the food chain. And this high level of productivity also supports some other
like sperm whales. There you go, Gianmi, yeah.
The food chain, like sperm whales, which specialize in suction feeding on squid in the deep ocean.
There you go. Sperm whales also have very similar teeth to those of ichthyosaurs, although sperm whales have got teeth only on the bottom jaw. Did you know that? Some of you might be surprised to hear that because, let's see. Yeah. Do any of you remember this from childhood, maybe, or something like that? The whale from Pinocchio. You can see it at Disneyland. And it's supposed to be like a sperm whale, I think. Anyway, it seems to be most similar to a sperm whale. Sperm whales don't have teeth like that. They don't have teeth on the upper jaw. Yeah. Yeah. So there is a decent photo. They've only got teeth on the bottom jaw. Yeah. I'll show you up close. So on the upper jaw, they basically just have holes that the teeth fit into. I guess to like further streamline them. But yeah, they don't have teeth on the upper jaw. Just on the lower jaw. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, if you didn't know that, now you know. Sperm whales only got teeth on the bottom jaw.
But we thought that the oceans of the early and middle Triassic were not that productive. So how was there enough energy available in the food chain to sustain a giant like Symbospondylus youngorum? Well, by modeling the flow of energy through the food chain of the fossil hill ecosystem, researchers found that the abundance of ammonoids at its base would have provided enough energy to anchor a stable food web. And instead of being a specialist like modern giant whales, the snout and teeth of the first giant ichthyosaur suggest it was more of a generalist predator that fed on a variety of prey.
Yeah, this looks like no, is that Symbospondylus? Maybe it is Symbospondylus. You know, I have pictures with this skull. This is at UCMP in Berkeley, where I'm actually headed this week to listen to some talks from some other paleontologists. But yeah, holy cow! I've helped move this skull before. It's big. It's like 5 feet long. Really big specimen. But yeah, hey Retro Roadshow, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for your solo raid, Retro Roadshow. Good to have you here. And why are they called sperm whales? It's the like jelly-like substance they have in their head that they use for echolocation. Was called spermaceti. It's like an Italian term, I think. And that's where the name comes from. And this used to be harvested by whalers and used for you know, making whale oil, basically, for burning candles and stuff like that. Yeah, people used to burn whale oil. That nearly caused the extinction of several species of whales, and they're still recovering to this day. So yeah. Anyway. But yeah. And let's see here. And yeah, their echolocation is incredible, Trappy Jenkins. Sperm whales are one of the loudest animals on Earth. Probably the loudest. Yeah. And there you go, Hugin. Welcome back, Hugin. How are you doing? Good to have you here. Glad you could make it. Yeah. So yeah. And, yep. Yeah, Gray Fox. Most teeth are made of dentine and enamel, but they've got like an outer coating of enamel. I think sperm whale teeth don't really... Isn't it mostly dentine? So when you look at older sperm whales, oftentimes they, their bottom teeth have just basically, like, worn away. You can see that here, where they're just, like, nubbins. They don't really need those teeth much anymore because they're eating soft-bodied prey, things like squid. And it might help to have teeth to hold on to a squid, but you don't really need it for processing it, you know? They can basically just slurp those squid up like you could slurp up a small ravioli, you know? I'm not saying you should swallow ravioli whole. I do not advise that. You should chew your ravioli. But it would be possible, you know? You see what I mean? Yeah, or like squid bubble tea. There you go, Retro Roadshow. Yeah. And you learned how to make small ravioli today. Well, Walter Buck, very nice. Congratulations, that's really neat. Yeah. And Claire Bird, no worries. Appreciate you, Claire. You go do some cool stuff. Yeah. Let's finish up our video here on toothy ocean predators,
These
ichthyosaurs.
would have included fish, squid, and smaller marine reptiles, potentially
Yeah.
even other ichthyosaurs.
They're
With
eating all that
this
stuff.
potential prey, there would have been plenty of energy in the food chain to fuel its gigantism, and its ability to feed effectively enough to get so huge so fast may have been due to some aspects of its anatomy. For one thing, it had large eyes relative to its body size.
Yep.
These are thought to be a pretty ancient trait of ichthyosaurs, and this probably would have made it a highly capable hunter that could
Terrible.
spot and zero in on prey.
Not a good illustration.
And while Symbospondylus youngorum was the first giant ichthyosaur, it certainly wasn't the last.
No. Yeah.
In the late Triassic, many other giant ichthyosaurs had appeared. Some might have exceeded 26 meters in
It's
length,
longer than a blue whale.
rivaling modern blue
Yeah.
whales, the
Nuts.
largest known animal to have ever existed. But
So think about that for a second. Just think about that. We've got fragmentary evidence of ichthyosaurs that are potentially larger than blue whales, at least longer. You know, and what are the odds that we'd ever find the biggest one? You know? If we only have a very, very, you know, small sample size of these critters, we only have a few little fragments. What are the odds that, you know, if our estimates are correct for their size, what are the odds that there would have been ones even larger than blue whales? That's fairly high, I think. So I don't know, maybe a blue whale is not the heaviest animal to ever live on Earth. Maybe it would have been an ichthyosaur. You know, we need to go out and find some more fossils of these critters and see if that could be the case. Because holy cow. Yeah.
But just as their rise was kicked off by a mass extinction, it was another mass extinction that would be their downfall. At the peak of their heyday, in the last years of the Triassic, another ecological upheaval took place. the Triassic-Jurassic extinction. The causes of this event are still hotly debated, but we can tell that while it wasn't quite as catastrophic as the Great Dying 50 million years earlier, it still devastated life both on land and in the oceans. And it seems that this extinction event acted as a kind of bottleneck that only a handful of ichthyosaur lineages managed to pass through. Those that survived were smaller, and while some did grow to impressive sizes in the early Jurassic, like
Temnodontosaurus,
for example, ichthyosaurs never fully recovered, and they faced competition from new marine predators on the block, like the plesiosaurs that became common in the Jurassic. They managed to persist for another 100 million years or so after the extinction.
They may have gone extinct in, like, the end of the Cenomanian around the same time that Spinosaurs went extinct. So it could have been the same, like, global drop in sea levels and maybe some global cooling that actually ended up killing the last of the ichthyosaurs, driving them into extinction. The same one that killed the Spinosaurs, as far as we can tell so far. Spinosaur material being so rare for the most part.
But eventually they vanished entirely by the late Cretaceous.
Phytosaurs too, yeah, Rahab, yeah.
Years ago. So while they were the trendsetters of ocean gigantism, achieving sizes no other animals had ever approached and in record-breaking time, their golden age ended as suddenly as it began.
Yep. Pretty interesting stuff. That was a wonderful video from PBS Eons. Holy cow, is that good stuff. Here is the link right there. Now let's see if that might have to be reworked because of a new publication, which just came out today. And it is open access, which is really exciting. Here is a link to that publication right here. Not paywalled, open access. And you know how we feel about open access publications on this channel. They're a wonderful, beautiful thing. And I always try and publish open access if I can. But, pretty cool stuff here. Did ichthyosaurs actually evolve a little bit earlier than we used to think? And then maybe it's not so extraordinary that they got big so fast? Maybe the ones that we thought were the first ones weren't actually the first ones? Let's take a look. Earliest Triassic ichthyosaur fossils push back oceanic reptile origins. Let's see. Reptiles first radiated into oceanic environments after the cataclysmic end Permian mass extinction, or EPME. That's the first time I've ever actually seen that abbreviated like that before. 251.9 million years ago. The geologically oldest fossils evincing this adaptive transition have been recovered from the lower Triassic, lower Spathian strata, about 248.8 million years ago. And post-date a landmark turnover of amphibian-dominated to reptile-dominated marine ecosystems spanning the late Smithian crisis. Interesting. So we've got lots of discussion of the stratigraphy and the different critters living at different times here. But there is an ichthyosaur vertebra from right here. Let's see. Mean estimates for the initial ichthyosauromorph ichthyosauriform divergence timescale range from 1.7 to 17.7 million years based on preferred priors. We propose that these preludial marine reptiles most likely evolved before the Permian extinction. Holy cow, so there may have been ichthyosaur ancestors already in the oceans before the end of the Permian. But they underwent opportunistic trophic niche diversification and ecological differentiation into shallower water amphibian-dominated versus deeper water ichthyopterygian-dominated habitats during the nascent dispersal of oceanic tetrapods in the earliest Triassic. Did I read that correctly? We propose that these preludial marine reptiles are most likely evolved before the EPMA. Wait, which ones? For the initial... Oh, this is not written in a super clear way, unfortunately. Oh, very cool. So it turns out, unlike they said in the video here, with ichthyosaurs first evolving after the Great Dying. They may have actually been around slightly before and survived. Maybe in terrestrial aquatic ecosystems. Maybe they're living in rivers or lakes or something. I don't know. Study these guys, and I'm not... I didn't have a chance to read the paper before stream. I just found this right before. But anyway, the idea that ichthyosaurs were their ancestors, like the precursors to full-fledged ichthyosaurs, were already around before the extinction. That's a really, really cool idea, you know? Yeah. Kind of like how there were some little mammals before the asteroid. There you go, Ambervix. There you go. Maybe. Yeah. Very cool. So maybe it's not so remarkable that ichthyosaurs got huge so fast. Maybe they didn't actually do that. Maybe it took them a more reasonable amount of time. I don't know. This is why we always need more fossils. We need more people out there trying to discover these critters, and yeah. There's so much out there still to be discovered, you know? That's why paleontology will never be boring. There's always new things to discover. New ideas to challenge our old assumptions. New fossils to change the way that we think about the ancient past. So with that said, it is time for us to wrap up our stream today. Come on now. There we go. I have got to go see the film 65 tonight, so that I can talk about it tomorrow on tomorrow's stream. So please show up for that if you'd like to hear a paleontologist take on this new Hollywood movie about... I'm still kind of unclear as to what the plot is. Kind of confusing.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Ios.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Holy cow, Ios. Thank you, thank you. Hi, bye to you too, Ios. Hope you had a good day at work. And thank you for the 34 months of support, Ios. It's a long time. Ios, a long-time subscriber and supporter of this channel. Just like many of the people that you see on here. And the new followers, and the cheerers, and the gifters, and everybody. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch, everybody. I appreciate you more than you know. I really do. Thanks for keeping me here online. And Ios, thank you for the 34 months. Ios, one of my very first, maybe possibly first subscriber. So thank you, Ios, for all that. And thank you, moderators. Keeping this train on its tracks. Appreciate you, moderators. We're going to go right into somebody doing some science.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Remember, Danny, deep cleansing breaths, too can do this.
Oh, for 65? Yeah, I'll make it through, Golganak. Thank you. And thank you for the 100 bits. I'm excited to tell you all about it tomorrow. I promise you I'll make it through. Yeah. Let's see who else is live on Twitch right now. Let's see. You know what? Astro Canuck has got his first partner stream? Good for him. Holy cow. Let's go celebrate with Astro Canuck doing some science of some sort. There we go. Thank you, Rehabifyon. Stick around. We're going to go right into Astro Canuck. First partner stream. Very nice. Anyway, tomorrow we're going to be talking about the film 65. We'll be talking about its portrayal of dinosaurs. Cretaceous period. It's funny because it would actually be the Paleogene period for 65 million years ago. But we'll talk about that too. We'll talk about how Hollywood depictions of dinosaurs influence the public. Change the public's perception of dinosaurs. Kind of set people's expectations for what dinosaurs are. We'll be talking about all that good stuff tomorrow. Until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and Thank you for everything. Bye-bye, everyone. See you tomorrow.